and just ensuring that everybody knows what is happening. So for me, what I see moving forward is a lot of investment, both by the parties, by the candidates, even including observers. More resources will be put on tallying, because this is where we lose it, or this is where we actually make it. And I believe with the transparency that we've seen from the IEBC, it also stabilized the country, because the results that will be finally announced, if there will be discrepancies, you will be told, bring your tallies, we compare with them. Even I think I got from the chairperson that if there are those forms, or the tallies on Form 34A that have discrepancies, they can take them to the Supreme Court for some clarification, telling you clearly also the role of the different actors in the elections, because an election is not an event, an election is a process.
Ambassador, you had an op-ed today in the Standard, and your clarion call was for the political class to restore hope, restore unity, and lead Kenyans to the path of prosperity. When you look at the Bomas of Kenya, where the National Tallying Center of the IEBC is that happening? Is that coming from the political class?
Thank you very much, Ayub, and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
When I wrote that article, I usually write before, I have this column, I write before Thursday. And I believed by today we would have results. Okay. So I was like, now moving to the next step, which is what do we do then? So, but going back, I want to go back a few steps before what I was hoping. As I agree with Vincent, I would like to say that it is important that the process in Bomas be managed very well and very calmly. And I want to say that the returning officer for the presidential election is Mr. Chebukati, the chairman, and him, like all the people who are in charge of the polling station and the constituent tallying centers, should take charge personally, because he is the one in charge of Bomas. And therefore, if there is any communication that is required, he should be the one doing that communication. It's fine that he can be able to get support to read out, the results per constituency. However, when there are issues, and I've been in Bomas since when I live here, I go to Bomas. Okay. I live between Citizen and Bomas. But what I witnessed last night was not very comforting, because of course, because of the delays which he attributes to the interference by political agents and candidates elect. There is also the anxiety that is growing with every day. And I remember that a day or 2 days ago, he did say that this is not a forensic audit. It is a tallying process, whereby the physical forms that have been delivered to Bomas are being compared with what we received through online transmission. And I would like to say on the outset that management of elections, good management of elections, is not just about the voting, the counting, the transmission of results, and the tallying and the announcement of results. It's also managing expectations. It's managing emotions, and so on and so forth. So there must be a balance between what the Electoral Commission is doing through its chairperson, and also what the agents are doing through or what political parties and contestants are doing through their agents. Personally, for the last several days before last night, there was relative calm in Bomas. And I think that the presence of elected members is actually sort of not messing up, but sort of creating more anxiety. Because last night, as we were waiting to see what was going on, members of parliament that have been elected, and I don't know, they were not agents when we started this process of tallying. They joined, and they started shouting and demanding for UV light for example, so that they can be able. It is a legitimate request, but there are ways of demanding this. The people in Bomas have such incredible responsibility. And therefore, people there must be extremely responsible and calm, project an image that everything is okay, and we are all, waiting patiently. Yeah. I saw the chief agent of one of the coalition grabbing the mic and saying, this is a crime scene. I mean, what can you imagine if you're in the village, waiting and watching and hearing that? And that is your coalition. You start panicking. And therefore, I would really expect that people in Bomas are calm. Those people who are not supposed to be there, they should just leave quietly, respect the process, allow the IEBC and the IEBC chairperson to work through this process and speed it up and finalize, so that then emotions are not reverberating in the outside the studio.
Okay.
Yes, Jeff. Ambassador, you mentioned a very critical theme here, and that's important to highlight. Vincent talked about the management of the poll process, citing the Krugler report that was in the aftermath of the elections we had in 2007. You had, Ambassador, pointed out that it's now all about the political establishment, and we have seen the scenes at the Bomas of Kenya. Then how can we address that trust issue? Because it still is unaddressed, and that's majorly what's leading to what we're witnessing at the Bomas of Kenya, the more or less, number one, scuffle, and then two, the delaying in the tallying of and verification of the Form 34As that are physically delivered by the returning officials.
Thank you very much, Ayub. We can say, for example, that, like I said earlier on, that the voting was peaceful, the counting at the polling station was also peaceful, and Kenyans came out and voted and went. But the process has been, and Ayub mentioned, Vincent mentioned this from the start, that one of the biggest problems that we have in Kenya has been trust deficit. And that is why we have transparent ballot boxes. That's why, for example, we have all the security features on both the ballot papers and the transmission forms and so on. So because we don't trust each other, the processes through the Supreme Court have been, the transparency of the processes has been enhanced through these decisions and through amendments of the law. But we can't legislate trust. We also cannot make decisions around trust. So it really has to come from us and from the way we conduct ourselves. We must start as Kenyans to trust our systems, we must trust our processes, and we also must start trusting our institutions. It's very important, and this is actually requiring the leadership from our leaders, so that they can be able to demonstrate to Kenyans, because we take the cue from them.
Ambassador, you're absolutely right about trust, and also speaking of patience wearing thin, Narok is one of the counties that hasn't announced the results. And yesterday there was a bit of fraction going on. Let's take a look at those pictures. What police had to use tear gas to quell the crowds because people are getting impatient, like we're saying. This is day 5. People are getting very impatient. Let's take a look at some of those pictures from yesterday in Narok.
Under what section of the law do you have to be under what section of the law? Under what section of the law? There is no dispute. You can now disperse. You can disperse. There's Hakuna. Wewe. Wewe wachana hiyo. Ngoja sio hiyo gari jana. Watoto wawili nje. Watoto wote wawili. Wewe unachukua nani hapo hapa? Wote nini Korea?
And you saw one of the candidates there, Moitalel Olekenta. He's one of the gubernatorial candidates for Azimio La Umoja. In scenes from Narok North, the police had to be called in
amount of financial investment in a campaign. You look at the emotional investment. When you look at the times and the sacrifice away from family, away from all the things that matter. And more time is being spent before an announcement. Emotions boil over. And I think my message at this point is really to appeal to the stakeholders. Reiterate
on that floor, probably for a changeover, or they're taking a health break.
The call for wisdom. This is a Solomonic moment on the part of the IEBC, on the part of the security agencies. Even arresting a candidate at this point requires caution because remember, there are people who have emotionally invested. And there's something.
And IBC, really promising to move with good speed. At least by the end of the day, probably can get to 250. There is the possibility of announcing the results tomorrow. But you will remember the IBC has 7 days under the Constitution to announce these results. From the day that we voted, it has 7 days. That means those 7 days lapse on Tuesday. So they can take their sweet time as long as they deliver within these 7 days. Otherwise, in the absence of it, the IEBC chairperson would have to go to court seeking an extension, and justifiably so. But looking at how far we've gone, 144 constituencies, 146 to go, I mean, it is quite a deal. But to your guest, Victor, when you look at the numbers of, the women who have been elected, and you have asked that question, Victor. I would want to know from your proposal, as a woman leader, do we still continue with the clause on 2/3 gender rule, or it has been proven over time that we can still increase these numbers without having to change clauses of a constitution?
No, I mean, until we deal with the patriarchal outlook on female leadership in our society, we still have to make this a mandatory, because the 2/3 gender rule was initially incorporated in the Constitution due to historical discrimination of women and on all fronts. And not just women, but we're talking about youth, and we're talking about persons living with disability. So now is the time when the public is now sampling female leadership. And had it not been the 2/3 gender rule, this would not have been possible. we would still have been grappling with the issues of the patriarchal system in our society. So,
and I don't think we are dealing with patriarchy to some sense, so much so that you have had about 7 governors elected as women, and none of them sold the gender card. Kenyans just looked at them as leaders. You don't think the society has started to overcome or see beyond patriarchy?
No, not really. Like I said, politics is very local. Take, for example, my constituency, Kiambu constituency. I remember when I was campaigning, it was very evident, and I would be told not just by not my competitors, but people who are objective, that there are certain regions which are yet to accept female leadership. It is a fact. It is there. We are slowly embracing them, but we are still not yet there.
Now, Wanjiru, just looking at that particular aspect of patriarchy, over the years, just looking at governors that have been elected at the particular general elections, 2013 there was none. 2017 we had 3, and now here in 2022, so far 11 have been named. Not 11, 7. Pardon. 7 have been named. So looking at on one side we have the question of the gender principle, but on the flip side we are seeing more and more women being elected. So that begs the question: is it that women were not showing up for these elective positions, or the opportunities to show up were the problem?
Were they, so to speak, were they timid politically?
Yeah.
And I think they still are. They still are. And generally, I think it's just a question of nurturing and upbringing. The issue of whether a woman shows up for leadership is not because they do not want to, but it's how they have been bred and nurtured to believe that what their place is in society. So we needed the Constitution to say, number one, that there is a need to have a female voice when it comes to policy formulation. And then this then had to trickle down to the parties to sensitize the public to that it is now okay for you to aspire to be a female leader. But still, it is not enough, because we're talking about 3 out of 47 governors in 2017, yes. And then now 7 out of 47 governors. We're still trying to target at least half of that. So we are a long way from there. So we need to ask ourselves, what proactive measures can we take to actually reach to that position where we have at least a 50-50 representation? Because at the end of the day, this has to be reflective of the leadership has to reflect the population. And women are actually, I think, the majority, if you look at the previous census. So we are still a long way there.
Just to follow up on that, just quickly, Victor, looking at now the fact that men contribute to the biggest chunk of those in leadership positions, what role then can the male counterparts play in this particular conversation of redirecting this 2/3 gender principle to no longer be a women's issue, but a question of equality? How can the men actively participate? Those especially in these elective positions and in leadership positions. Wanjiru?
I mean, I don't think it's a question of how men can participate, other than this misogyny kind of attitude that is always there when women are campaigning, or not just campaigning, but even when women are in leadership. I think that overall this is not a responsibility of the men really, but just overall the entire community. It is not just the men who are yet to embrace women leadership. It is also the women themselves who are yet to embrace it, because again, this goes back to how we were nurtured. We ourselves as women, we are still trying to accept women leadership in comparison to the male leadership. Yes, so it's not just a male issue. This is a general communal issue. Yeah.
That brings again the same question I asked you. Then it means that the women leaders who've been elected, all the way from MCS, we have got the youngest, so to speak, Toto, in Bomet. There is a lot of pressure in the women leadership because 2027 is fast approaching. We just done, our election just the other day. We are counting days. So it means that in the next electoral cycle, the number of women who will be elected in different positions should rise from 7 governors probably to the half you're talking about. So you have a lot of pressure.
or maybe not half, but maybe up to maybe about 15. Double maybe the number. Double the number. But of course, even at the political parties level, there still needs to be some work done. A lot of mentorship, a lot of hand-holding.
Yeah.
Women. We're not starting this journey, but we're still getting there. So there's still some work to be done. But I feel that the two-thirds, had it not been for the two-thirds gender rule, even now, the very fact that there are some parties that were not compliant says a lot.
Yes.
Says a lot. So had it not been for that two-thirds gender rule, then we would not have been fronting women for these positions in the first place. Yes.
But again, some would argue that probably women saw that it seems like it's a sympathy, it's like tokenism, given these positions, two-thirds gender rule, so that you're given a position and then to some extent you don't have absolute rights on the powers you have because it's in the constitution. Unlike men who say, you know what, I went to the political arena, I fought for it, and I won. So I'm in charge. So perhaps, do you think women should now put aside the two-thirds gender rule and completely drive themselves in the political arena for them to have absolute control?
You know, like I said, the mischief that the two-thirds gender rule sought to address was the issue of historical discrimination.
Yes.
That is where we are coming from. And it is still there. Women are still being discriminated. So until, and like I said, until we begin to sample women leadership, which can only be done if now this is made mandatory for them to be given that space, for their space to be secured, until we actually sample, then we cannot do away with this discrimination. That goes to the root of our perceptions and mentalities, having been nurtured to know that there's a place for women in society and it is not leadership. So the first things first is we need to secure their space. Then let us sample their leadership. Then a time will come when we see, okay, fine, they're doing just as well as their male counterparts.
Yes.
Now let them battle it out.
Then it seems that in the next few years to come, then it will be like Rwanda. I mean, Rwanda in National Assembly is completely full of women.
And who was the driver of that? Who was the driver of Rwanda having majority of women in parliament? It was the president himself. It was not the women going to battle it out.
Yes.
The president created an enabling environment for women to be elected in parliament.
Okay.
Now, you know,
I don't know why, Jen, you're not going for it.
You know, this conversation about gender roles has always been very dominant in every space that you go. And even scientists have argued it out that even just looking at the physical anatomy of a human being, men are physically bigger than women, even the size of the brains. Now, Victor, you had brought in that aspect of maybe women getting sympathy votes. And on the flip side, now comes their performance. And Wanjiru, I'd like to hear from you when it comes to now they have served their time, now we have to hold them to account. Will gender be used as an excuse for maybe overperforming or underperforming?
No, absolutely not. I don't think that gender will ultimately be used as a measure, and I don't.
One can argue,
No. I'm not sure that card has, when it comes to performance, I'm not sure that card has ever been played. The fact that, you know, someone is a woman, hence, you know, we need to give them some flexibility in terms of performance. That card I've never had it being played. However,
is it a potential path that can be taken by critics?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that can be a path taken by critics. At the end of the day, we have been educated the same. We have gone to we have studied the same. So I do not see that that the gender card can be played in performance. And I'm not sure historically that has happened.
Okay. Right. For me, I believe that you have a lot of pressure. No. For me, I know you have a lot of pressure because at the end of the day, 7, the number is still rising, and we're likely to see other women also getting appointed to different positions in the next government, whichever way it goes, because the representation is mandatory. Kyria, what do you have on that end?
Say that again.
All right. We're talking about the two-thirds gender rule right now, and Wanjiru is saying that women should not be sympathy. You should get the sympathy. Yeah, sympathy.
When it comes to performance. When it comes to performance, I don't think that the two-thirds gender rule applies. But when it comes to elective and appointive roles, election and appointive roles, I think that the women's space needs to be secured.
Yes.
And the only way that you can do that is legislative-wise.
Okay.
And the reason why that was done, the reason why we incorporated that in the Constitution was because of the historical discrimination, which is still there. It's still very much there.
So which means that ladies can perform as well. They can do it. I mean, take for example, yourself, you went out there, and we are giving an example that perhaps if you go back and start doing a bit of some scrutiny, you'll find that a majority of voters who voted for these women are male, who voted for them. So it's still okay. I mean,
I wish you had the data. If you had the data, maybe the outlook would have been different.
Let me just assume.
But like I said, Victor, the discrimination does not just lie on the male aspect. It also lies with the females as well. This is a society issue. People are just yet to embrace women leadership. We are getting there slowly. We have actually made some good progress, I do admit, but we are still yet to be there. Because like I said, leadership needs to be reflective of the population. And it is not just about securing the women in the women's space in leadership. We need their voice in policy formulation, because how women conceptualize certain things is very different from how men do it. We need to have their voice in policy formulation. It is actually, I mean, we cannot do away with it. So the more we have women driving policy formulation, the better. So for that to happen, we need to secure the space.
Yes.
Appointive roles as well as elective roles.
Yeah. Because if you look at even the formation of the judiciary, the registrar of the judiciary, woman, we have got Deputy Chief Justice, the Chief Justice. It's a win. Perhaps this is something that in the next 10, 15 years, we can look back and say, this is where we were.
Yes.
15 years ago.
Absolutely.
And now this is where we are 15 years later.
Yes.
So let's talk about the issue of advocacy and governance. Women tend to take a key role in the issues of advocacy. Do you really think that they're still cracking that glass ceiling?
Maybe expound on that question.
Because, for example, when you look at the judiciary, for example, we have got the Chief Justice, the Deputy is a female, the Registrar is a female. When you're given a role, the way Jen usually say, give something to a woman. Jen, expound. If you want something done, give it to a woman. All right? And it's quite open that women are hands-on in terms of I'm told that we have to go to Kasarani first of all before we come back. A lot is happening, and this is something that we discussed earlier on, because Nairobi is still lagging behind in terms of relaying the final results to the tallying center. So probably we can just cross over to Kasarani and listen to what is happening there. Those are live pictures from Kasarani.
That is, those are live pictures from Kasarani, and as of course you can see, I bet there must be Edwin Sifuna. You're seeing there, if I'm not wrong, he's headed for a win as the duly elected senator of the county of Nairobi. We expect the returning officer in the county of Nairobi to announce these results anytime from now. It's been quite a painstaking process. Taken some days since Tuesday. Other counties are done with the announcement of results. Only Nairobi is yet to do so, but probably would then guess the county has the largest number of constituencies, 17 to be specific, and I think every constituency is already aware who their next member of parliament will be. Some big names falling, others coming back. But now what we're waiting for is the official announcement of the position of woman representative, Nairobi, the senator, Nairobi, and governor in Nairobi. Quite a number of MCAs came back in Nairobi County, and I understand Kenya Kwanza commands quite a number in the floor, that is in the Nairobi County Assembly. But the members of parliament are largely from Azimio. The Kenya Kwanza coalition did badly when it comes to the elective positions in Nairobi, particularly for members of parliament, because I think they only have about 4 MPs. You're looking at Roysambu, Dagoretti South, Embakasi Central. It's about 3. Yeah. And I think I'm missing one more because there are about 4. Yes, it is Embakasi North. Embakasi North, Embakasi Central, Dagoretti South, and Roysambu. Out of the 17, Kenya Kwanza bagged 4. That means then 13 positions are occupied by Azimio, Jubilee, and ODM. And that tells you that the Azimio coalition will be leading the spoils in Nairobi County. But when it comes to the county assembly, almost a near number, but the Kenya Kwanza coalition with a 2 MCAs advantage over the Azimio coalition. And now you have most likely, at least according to provisional results, the senator is ODM, so is the woman representative, and then the governor position going to UDA. And it looks like Nairobi will have to negotiate a deal, because when you have a near number of MCAs on the floor, it's quite some trouble for the governor, and particularly also when you don't have backup from members of parliament. It will be interesting to see how Sakaja, if he is announced winner, will be able to go or negotiate through that turmoil. But those are live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya, as well as Kasarani in Nairobi, where we expect an announcement of those results. Victor?
Second, too long to get the final results from Nairobi. And of course, that's Edwin Sifuna. Right now, I don't know whether it's already announced that he's the senator of Nairobi.
No, it is not.
Not yet.
It is not announced, but the provisional results point out to him taking over. In fact, on the position of woman rep, senator, and governor, there's no announcement just yet, on who the actual winners are in Nairobi County. We still continue to await. The gentleman is taking his time, his sweet time, and it's okay. As long as, again, it's within the threshold, or rather within the time allocated by the Constitution to announce these results. You had better be slow, but then sure.
A question to Wanjiru?
Yeah, going back to, because you were talking about sympathy and the issue of gender, I still want to get from Wanjiru. We have made strides now, not only in elective politics, but you also have, even in appointed positions, women taking very strategic positions. And you mentioned about it. For example, the Chief Justice. Right now, the judiciary, the leads of the judiciary are actually women. You're looking at Martha Koome. You're looking at the Deputy Chief Justice being Philomena Mwilu, and Anna Madi as the Chief Registrar of the judiciary. Are you saying then that we have not made, strides towards that achievement? Because you insist on patriarchy, but you don't see very positive and big steps towards, the achievement of what you're advocating for, Wanjiru?
First of all, we need to come out of this mentality that this is a sympathy. We are doing this out of sympathy. This is not sympathy. This is addressing historical discrimination of women. In politics, and not just in politics, but in leadership. We are trying to address the discrimination that was meted on women in the past. That is a fact. This is not sympathy. Then we are also saying that the reason why we are doing that is because we need as much input from the women just as we do from the men in legislative and policy formulation. That is a fact, right? So this is not a favor that we are doing to the women. but to the entire community. It is necessary to have their voices.
I'm still going back to that clause on the 2/3 gender principle. Without having implemented it, you can see the gains we have made over time. And no candidate was forced on the electorate for them to vote. It's out of merit. That's why they are elected, looking at their leadership. If we implement it as is, it looks like in the next 10 years we'll have to change it again, to accommodate now a marginalized section of the voters, because Kenyans on their own will are taking up the leadership of women, and positively so.
I don't think so, because, like I said, let me give you an example. When IEBC did a notice to all the political parties and told them that pursuant to a court decision that was rendered back in 2017, all political parties are now required to comply with the 2/3 gender rule. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to participate in this general election. At that point, quite a considerable number of parties had to go back to the drawing board to ensure that they have enough, that they actually comply with the 2/3 gender rule. What does that say? That had it not been for IEBC's intervention, then there would have been a gap. There would have been a gap. And the election process starts with political parties. The leadership starts at political party level. So had they not been mandated to actually forward lists that are complied with the 2/3 gender rule, actually some parties had a very tough time. They had a very tough time. And it is not because there were no women who had not expressed interest. But they were just not gender compliant.
It is important that you mention about parties, Wanjiru. Kindly comment on the role of political parties in enforcing the 2/3 gender principle. Because other than the electorate, it also appears that within political party circles and file and rank, there's no commitment to the principle.
Initially, what was happening was we were awaiting Parliament to enact a law to effect the 2/3 gender rule. And that was pursuant to the decision by the Supreme Court. But then thereafter, it was noted by the High Court that other than the legislative framework, there were other measures that could have been taken by various public bodies to achieve this 2/3 gender rule. And it was at that point that Katiba Institute petitioned the court to have IEBC as one of the public bodies that was required to take the necessary measures to ensure that this 2/3 gender rule is effected. So that is where now IEBC, that is what triggered IEBC asking political parties to only forward lists that were gender compliant. So now parties do not have a choice. We now have IEBC taking on the role as sort of like the gatekeeper.
Over something that ought to have been done by the political parties.
Yes, but they had not done it. So moving on forward, I think that this is a good precedent. Political parties now know better.
So can you say there is that political goodwill?
It had to come from IEBC, because otherwise we would not have had it.
So then it means that we don't have to blame Kenyans, it's all of the political parties.
It starts from there, absolutely. It starts from there. But then at the end of the day, every person has a role to play. The political parties have a role to create an enabling environment for women, not just to participate in politics, but even just that advocacy in terms of creating awareness to the public. That they're just as good as performance as anyone. So we still have a long way to go. To effect the 2/3 gender rule does not begin and end with legislation.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. There's a lot of advocacy that needs to be done even at the ground level. And who are responsible to do that? Who are the stakeholders that need to to ensure that this advocacy happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Curia.
All right. Let's take let's take a short trip to the Chile Bomas and link up with Sarafina Robi, who is on standby from Bomas of Kenya. Sarafina, good morning. What's the latest from Bomas? Earlier speaking to Regina, there was little activity behind her. Now, quite a bit of activity.
Indeed, a very good morning, Curia. We're coming to you live from the main tallying center at Uchaguzi Hall, whereby we continue to follow up on the activities that are happening here, comparing to the scenes that were being experienced from this particular place last night. And what's happening right now is that right now it's very calm and very orderly. And what we can say from the center is that the activities of tallying and verification are ongoing, with a couple of people at the center where the verification is ongoing, and we can be able to spot a couple of agents representing different political parties, as well as IEBC officials and agents who are going through the main process of verification and tallying of the forms 34A and 34B. And also what we can note, what we've noted right now at this particular place, is that we've been able to see the security presence has been increased. You've seen different categories from the police unit that have been deployed at this particular place to just try and maintain order, as well as security, if my cameraman can show you, and so that the scenes that were experienced last night and even the days before are not repeated. Entry into the main tallying center is restricted, so that only a few are allowed, as we had been told yesterday, which are the agents representing the political parties, the chief agents, the IEBC officials, the candidates, if they're able to come to this particular place. And that's it. The politicians who are here, most of them were here yesterday, were restricted from accessing the main tallying center unless they are the main agents representing the political parties. Well, as of the updates in regards to the numbers, or in regards to the constituencies that have been verified, as of now are 142 constituencies out of the 292 that are expected to be verified. And the latest that were able to be declared by the IEBC officials were results from Msambweni, Mwala, Subukia, Soi, Kitui South, Lugari, Sotik, Kirinyaga Central, Mafira, Nyaribari Chache, Kandara, Suba South, Moyale, Kiminini, Lungalunga, Masinga, Mgwen, Nakuru Town, Kapsaret, Naivasha, Hamisi, Tiati, Kuresoi South, Tinderet, Saku, Njoro, Ganze, Chepalungu, and Chepalungu, about 25 constituencies that were the results from other 25 constituencies were declared in addition to the previous one, making it a total of about 142 constituencies that have already been verified as of now. We now expect them maybe in the next couple of hours to come and maybe declare more results on what they would have been able to verify. Back to you, Curia and Victor and Jane.
I have several questions for you, Sarafina. There was quite a number of politicians last night causing consternation there, and the IEBC promised to take action. Do we still have the presence of those politicians there, or they have been removed from Uchaguzi Hall?
Well, following the directives from the IEBC official yesterday, what we can say that at the main tallying center, we've not been able to spot them as was the case in the previous days. Maybe a few of them are seated on the other side where they had been designated to sit, but at the main tallying center, we've not been able to spot any of them apart from their key agents representing mainly the two main political parties, which is Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, who have been causing a lot of fracas in regards to different allegations that they were raising. So at the main tallying center, not so many that are allowed in. So we've not seen any of them at the main tallying center, but they're seated at the right place where they were designated to sit.
Yes, so far. Probably you can tell us, are they displaying on the board, and what are the current figures now?
Well, on the board, we expect to have the total percentage of the different candidates, but as of now, they have not been displayed. What we are seeing are results from different constituencies that keep flipping, so they're not certain, there are no percentages of the constituencies that are being displayed. So we expect maybe in the next 30 or an hour for them to update the actual percentage of the candidates. As of now, what we can see are just photos from different screens and different constituencies being displayed as the verification is ongoing.
Victor? All right. Sarafina, a quick one here. What is the status update of what happened last night? There was a scuffle. Are you able to trace who was the person and what was the issue? And has IEBC handled the matter?
Well, as of what happened last night, we expect an update from the IEBC commissioners to get to understand the person who was taken from the main tallying center, to get to understand who the person was, if indeed he was one of the IEBC officials as alleged. Then they'll be able to clarify that to us. But as of now, in regards to that incident, is that security has been really beefed up. There's so many police officers around the main tallying center, just manning and ensuring that no one who is not allowed inside the main tallying point is allowed to get inside.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Sarafina Robi. We'll be coming back to you, obviously, when there's a status update. But generally and roughly so, do you have, an estimated time or a specific time when you expect probably to get a status update?
Well, we don't have an exact time on when we expect them to come and give us the updates, but from what we've been seeing is that they take about an hour, 2, or even at times 3 if they have, so that they can get to declare more constituencies, because as of the last update, I've been told that about 25 constituencies were declared after being verified. So maybe they'll wait for a bunch to be verified, and then thereafter they'll come and declare the results or announce the results. So maybe after 2-3 hours, thereabout.
Let you go, fine. Now, a lot of Kenyans are waiting with bated breath just to understand what is happening there. You are based at the Bomas of Kenya. In simple terms, what is exactly happening there for the common mwananchi to understand? Because for someone, they might ask themselves, si wanausi kitu tumalize. It's as simple as that. What is happening?
Absolutely, Victor. What's happening right now is the tallying and the verification of the forms 34A and 34B, whereby different returning officers from different constituency tallying centers and county tallying centers have already arrived at this particular place, which is the National Tallying Center, whereby they've been able to bring the forms 34A and 34B. Thereafter, they're handed over to the IEBC officials, who are then who are able to verify them against the forms 34A and B that was sent via the KIMS kit. And thereafter, after the verification is done, then the agents are always present at the table. As you can see, the tables were increased. The agents are always at the table with the IEBC officials as they continue to verify the forms. So after the verification is done, what happens then is that it's recorded into Form 34C, and thereafter it's handed over to the commissioners, whereby a signature is able to be put on the Form 34C, and thereafter the results are announced. Well, this particular center, if you can see at the far end, there is a place written emergency exit. That's where the commissioners are able to tell us is the main entry point, whereby the returning officers are working with the boxes, with the ballot boxes, and bring them to the center of the Uchaguzi Hall, and thereafter they're handed over to the IEBC officials. Also yesterday they were able to tell us that some of the IEBC officials doing or conducting the tallying have been here for about 4 days without sleep. So they had requested, as of yesterday when we were leaving in the evening, is that that requested that the remaining returning officers were to hand over the forms 34A and B to the national returning officer, and thereafter the forms were, after they had gone through the forms, and they were to be handed over to the ICT officials for verification, so that the other officers could be given time to take a little bit of rest. So as of now, we're waiting for an update to get to understand whether there was a change of some of the IBC officials who are now carrying on with the activity, because as of now the activity is still the activity of verifying the forms 34 and B is still ongoing.
Sarafina, it seems that from your explanation it's a tedious process, so Kenya should just be patient, right?
Absolutely, because IBC has about 7 days from the actual general election day, which was on Tuesday, for them to verify the documents, and after the verification, they'll have to do an analysis to determine on whoever wins or whoever is ahead of the other three, to get to understand whether they have been able to achieve the 50+1, and also whether they've been able to get at least half of from the 24 constituencies or counties, and thereafter then they'll be able to announce the results. So they have to be patient. We have Monday, we still have Tuesday, which is the last day of the 7 days expected.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarafina.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sarafina Robi. Other Bomas of Kenya will be linking up with you later for the status update, and it appears seriously the IBC, it's taking its sweet time because they must verify those results. Returning it back to you, Victor, and a question to Wanjiru. I'm still on political parties and its leadership. There have been attempts by President Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, as well as even William Ruto, to try and coalesce and have Parliament pass this 2/3 gender rule. But it appeared like a tightrope, a hot potato. Why do you think they did not succeed?
I'm not really sure why they didn't succeed. And this was despite the fact that the Supreme Court had earlier issued a timeline for them to comply with the directions. So why that did not happen, I didn't quite follow up. But like I said, I'm glad that now we are looking into other measures that can be taken so that we don't strive for this process. So as they take their sweet time, we will leverage on what more we can do to advance this 2/3 gender rule.
All right. Okay, from what you've seen from the Bomas of Kenya, it seems like a lot is happening. But the question is, do you really think that politicians should have been allowed to get to the main auditorium, Uchaguzi Hall?
You know, other than land issues, politics they are very emotive. Politics is very, very emotive. I mean, I'm still yet to understand the psychological effect and impact it has on people. People who have been contesting in this siasa, in my opinion, they should not be allowed there. Because anyone who has contested always has this perception that they won. It is the election that was not free and fair.
Yes.
And so it is at the tallying center that these election results are being relayed. And it is being relayed by the very same body that was responsible to ensure that elections are free and fair.
Yes.
So if you put the same election body, if you put politicians together with these same election bodies, and these same politicians are arguing that this particular body did not ensure that elections were free and fair.
Of course, we have to get some conflict
you can bet that there will be some conflict.
Yes.
So what justifies their presence there, really? The other question is, what justifies their presence? Unless you're an agent and you have appointed an agent, what reason should you have to be there? What is your role there at the tallying center?
Politicians, they have interest. I mean, wanasema they are protecting their votes.
If a person feels that the elections was not conducted in a free and fair manner, then there are certain steps that this person can take to ensure that their right is protected. Let them go to court. Because what more can they achieve at that level other than to collect the evidence?
Yeah.
And then present it to court and leave it to the court to decide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you look at the number of police officers, actually from the pictures there, we even have GSU now. And last night we saw anti-riot police officers brought into the main auditorium. Is it that bad?
It is. It is bad. You can only imagine where we are coming from. The country is not only...
Okay. Wanjiru, just hold on a bit. Let's cross over to Kasarani. I'm told that there is an activity happening there. An announcement of the results at the Kasarani, if you have the pictures. The pictures coming to you now, exactly. Let's take a listen.
Just from the Kasarani, that's the county tallying center for Nairobi County. We're trying to obviously get your picture and sound from Kasarani, but the returning officer there making announcement on the exercise so far and probably the winners of the contest in Nairobi for the woman rep position as well as senator and governor in Nairobi County. We have provisional results so far indicating towards a certain direction, but then the mandate of announcing winners, and officially so, solely is the IEBC's. And I see like there's some concerns being raised to the floor. I'm seeing Edwin Sifuna's hands all over, and he's up. We'll go back to Kasarani later once we have established what is ongoing. Sometimes some of these confrontations, we want to keep them off the public space for reasons. Victor, although we are likely to, just hype a country for nothing. So it's a way of responsibility. Some of these scenes will keep them off the screen.
Yeah. The patients, I mean, the same question we've been asking ourselves. Nairobi is just, Bomas of Kenya is here at the Bomas of Kenya, but then we are not able to get the final results of Nairobi County. So whatever is happening, probably we'll get to know or understand from our reporter who is there, why Edwin Sifuna was on his feet addressing the county returning officer. Jen.
And just to throw this particular scenario to Wanjiru, looking at just from the physical actions of Sifuna right there and the general mood in the country, give us the results yet. Do you think this is one of the reasons that is aggravating the impatience among the Kenyans and just putting them on edge in wanting to know the results? IEBC get it done with. The fact that IEBC is taking their time, I mean, we're on day 5, 2 more to go. Is this an aggravating factor in regards to the moods in the country from just the pictures that we had witnessed very briefly at Kasarani, which we'll be going to in just a bit? But before Wanjiru get to jump in, pictures on your screen right now are from the Bomas of Kenya, not Kasarani. As you can see, activities are still ongoing. The verification processes are still ongoing. We are awaiting another status update from the commission. But as far as anything goes, verification is still ongoing. We will be going to Kasarani in just a bit once we have that link ready for you.
All right, Kasarani is where we'll go after we establish what is ongoing and whether, of course, the returning officer is ready to make an announcement on the results. But that's the Bomas of Kenya beehive of activity. 142 constituencies already down. Out of the 292 we expect from the IEBC, 292, 291, and that will just be it. And quite a good method they have adopted. Probably instead of updating one constituency after one constituency, take a break at one constituency, they have decided probably to be taking a bunch of about 20 or 10, and it's a good way of progressing, rather than just putting people on edge over one constituency and another and another. Victor?
Yeah. It's going to be a long wait, so to speak, coming from the Bomas of Kenya. Before we continue, Jenny, ask a question. Probably Wanjiru can respond to that.
Just picking up from what Kyria has said, putting people on edge, IEBC taking their time, 5 days post the election, 2 more days to go. But looking at a county like Nairobi, we've just seen Sifuna, which will be getting you the images in just a bit. We are yet to get some positions, the elected individuals being named. Is this one of the reasons that is aggravating this sense of impatience and putting people on edge? Wanjiru?
Like you said, IEBC had a certain timeline within which they needed to comply. Therefore, unless that period of time has lapsed, I think that Kenyans need to remain calm and wait for the results to be tallied, wait for the results to be announced by the body that is responsible for that. But that election is, people are very invested in politics. They have a lot of resources have been spent, a lot of time has been spent just campaigning, so to speak.
Emotional investment.
There's a lot of emotional, there's a lot of political, there's a lot of economic investment that has gone into it. And so you can imagine the stakes that we are talking about. There's such high stakes. So I would imagine what the tension is about. I personally don't feel the tension now, and maybe others don't. Maybe some people have moved on. But for those who are general, diehard supporters of these politicians, I can understand where the level of anxiety is coming in, because there's a lot of investment that has been put towards assuring that this person wins this seat, and that they win the seat in a free and fair manner. Yes.
What is the prediction? With 142, 144, you got to try that. What is the projection? Now it's Sunday, tomorrow is Monday. What do you see happening today or even before sunset?
With 144, you talk about constituencies having been tallied and results announced. So we're looking at a deficit of what? 229 minus 144. That comes to roughly almost 100 more to go. If IEBC is not able to comply with the timelines, then let it be very forward with the Kenyans why they have not been able to achieve that. Yeah, because the silence is not helping with managing the anxiety levels that are there. So let it be very, human is to error. We do not expect that IEBC is perfect, but let them be forthcoming with information. Information is everything.
Actually, from your conversation, I can hear, what I can pick is that the only link that is missing there is the flow of communication from IEBC. Absolutely. Because if IEBC is not the one that is communicating to the public, then rest assured there are other people who are miscommunicating to the public. And the public so that is why we have got the advent and upsurge of social media, rumors flying all around.
Yes, and that is actually adding up to the anxiety levels in the country. Yes. So let IEBC be the sole body responsible for relaying information to the public. Because if they're not doing it, then other people are doing it, and they're doing it irresponsibly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Still, that is Kasarani, if I get it right. Action still taking place at the Kasarani Nairobi main tallying center, Bomas and Kasarani, so to have it. We were not able to get the exact activities happening there, but it seems that there's some sense of uneasiness there, having in mind that all this ended on Tuesday and Sunday, and they're just waiting to hear what is happening. If we get the sound, then of course we'll get you, or give you the full details of what has happened there just a while ago. It's a busy weekend, so to speak. And Wanjiru, perhaps looking at this from the legal perspective, if it happens that Chebukati doesn't beat the deadline, what next?
If he doesn't beat the deadline, then he has to move the court for an extension. It's not abnormal. It is not out of the norm for that to happen. Sometimes even the court is restricted, the Supreme Court is restricted to a certain timeline when it comes to delivery of judgments.
Victor, do you remember Kerich? I think this gentleman used to be a senior journalist.
Yes.
Went to the Nairobi County government.
Yes.
And now
he
looks
was a
like
CC at some point.
he's representing a candidate there as an agent.
Right.
The next guy there in yellow is Boniface Nyamo. He's actually a lawyer, an advocate of a high court, and I'm sure representing the Sakaja team. Then you have Edwin Sifuna and Esther Passaris on this, front row. And I think what has just happened at Kasarani, there was an announcement of some results, and I think the agents have been summoned, to come closer to the returning officer to append their signatures towards what has been read. And you have seen them come closer. But you can see other people seated there. I think they are also agents seated pensively, waiting for the results.
It's not easy, Curia.
It is.
It's like the judgment day. We don't know what the judgment day would look like, but imagine Wanjiru would tell us how it happens when someone is in the dock and waiting for the final judgment from the judge, how it feels.
I mean, the tension, because actually the tension is probably even twice. It would probably be twice as much as that, because now the court is the final deciding factor.
Right.
On whether the election is annulled, the results are invalid or not. So the tension is even higher when the matter is in court.
Talk a bit about Mount Kenya, Wanjiru, because you come from the region and you are actually vying to topple probably the current member of parliament for Kiambu constituency.
Yes.
There's quite a high attrition rate in Mount Kenya, and not just in this election. Even in the previous of 2017 and 2013, we have seen quite a number of members of parliament, going home after one term or after two terms, and it's been a concern amongst leaders from that region. The high attrition rate has a direct relation to probably underdevelopment or underrepresentation. What do you think?
There has been some constituencies which I would say that is the case, but in my constituency, for example, I think that it was very clear that the incumbent could have actually retained his position had it not been the fact that there was this, what we call the UDA wave in Mount Kenya.
Okay.
And the reason is that people generally felt that...
Hold that thought. We'll come back to you to finish up on that point. Let's head over to Kasarani.
Okay.
Kenyan Sifuna was duly elected as Senator, Nairobi City County.
This could just be either the signing of the certificate, I suspect, that Edwin Sifuna has been declared the winner of the... Who are these?
Supporters.
Yeah, they are supporters.
This is exactly what...
And they're really having fun while I say
the emotional beat in politics. the long wait is over.
But they can celebrate, but from far. Not so close. Your celebration, just keep it a bit off the other end. And it's true. You can now confirm that Edwin Sifuna from Bungoma County, mzaliwa wa Bungoma County, is now the senator for Nairobi County. They have manhandled completely that cameraman. I don't know for what
happens.
Reason.
It happens.
Yeah,
some of us slap one another.
Yeah,
in the field. Kashini, you know.
And Edwin Sifuna is quite a reborosa. It will be interesting, to see him in the Senate because one, he's very solid in terms of law. He is a gentleman, and you would also say no fear. You will remember when there was a strife in ODM. He's among the few who stood up and saw the exit of Ababu Namwamba, Secretary General in ODM. And you will also remember, even in the Law Society of Kenya, there were the people who were opposed to the, he was leading one faction that were opposed to the LSK leadership and almost toppled the LSK leadership then. So he is quite a solid person, and his debates will be interesting in the Senate, representing the county of Nairobi and, amongst the youngest senators in the country. There has been quite a perception with the Senate that Ninyumba was there. Maybe.
But is it really?
Yeah.
So to speak. But one funny thing about an interesting bit is that when Sifuna went to vie in Bungoma County, he wasn't successful in 2017. Then perhaps he gravitated and coming back to the city. Now he already packed this in the bag. I really don't understand how it happened, because could you please just think that, or say, or he's based in Nairobi, so when you go to the village, you say,
Nairobi. There's generally that perception that despite the fact that you come from a certain, or rather your origins are from a certain area, there's a disconnect between you and the people on the ground, purely because of where you are raised. Which has a heavy influence in how your outlook is on the issues that really affect the common mwananchi. So perhaps his ideas in Bungoma could not resonate with the public.
Now we have got the final announcement from the returning officer. Let's listen in.
The certificate of the elected senator. This is what makes Mheshimiwa the senator-elect for Nairobi City County. It says certificate of the elected senator. The county returning officer hereby declares that Edwin Watenya Sifuna of ID number 225662239 has been duly elected as the senator for Nairobi City County in the election held on 9th day of August 2022. Name the county returning officer, the signature dated this 14th day of August 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you both.
From Kasarani, Edwin Sifuna is the next senator for Nairobi County, announced and quite a number actually. He's gotten quite a substantial number of votes in Nairobi. I think about 716,876. Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, who came in second, came at a distant second, 524,091. So Sifuna wins this contest, 716,876. That makes him the next senator for Nairobi County. And interestingly, Victor, I didn't quite get the second name of Sifuna, because it's Edwin somebody Sifuna. And you know, in this election is when you know everybody's name. You could actually discover it's Jane Mahalanganga Wamboi, you know, in an election. That's when...
For us to call him Omwami. If you can't get the second name or third name, just call him Omwami. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's listen. I think there's something that's still happening at Kasarani.
And that means then probably they're ready to announce the gubernatorial results. And that could be next, or the woman rep position. Let's see who this is. This could be the agent.
But still,
we will show the pictures
when you look at the figure, Kyoria.
Yes.
Edwin Sifuna garnering 700,000.
And 716,000.
Exactly, plus. And Honorable Margaret Wanjiru coming 524,091. That is a huge number of votes for Margaret Wanjiru. She is a force to reckon with, and I am so sure even other leaders within the county of Nairobi cannot wish her away. All right? And this points out to probably the level of strength, political strength, that Honorable Margaret Wanjiru still commands in the city.
And remember, she was going for governorship until they negotiated within the UDA party.
Yes.
For her to leave the position for Sakaja, and then when Wanjiru runs for senator. That tells you, even in the gubernatorial position, it would have been quite a contest if Bishop again was, you know. And if she had remained adamant that she was running for governor and probably exit from UDA, it would have spoiled the broth for, you know, Kenya Kwanza completely.
Absolutely.
In Nairobi. So you can see Bishop Margaret Wanjiru been out of politics for 10 years, I think in the cold for 10 years, but still a force to reckon with in Nairobi politics.
Wanjiru, what do you make of that?
I think if my memory, if my recollection serves me right,
yes,
she has actually maintained probably more or less the number of votes that she had in the previous election. So, I mean, she's not a new face in politics. She was a member of parliament in Starehe. She's been very active. She was an assistant minister.
And the son took over in 2017,
yes,
remember?
Yes. She has been an assistant minister at some point. So she's not a new face. She's well known. She runs a very... or rather, she leads in a very well-known church. So she has quite some support from Nairobi. I'm not really surprised by the outcome. Plus, of course, there's the aspect of party politics, which, Victor, I'm sure you would agree with me, had a very heavy hand in this election.
You know this better than I do. You know this better than I do. Okay, so as it stands, Nairobi has a new senator-elect. Let's take a listen again to the returning officer there.
Go to the election of the county woman representative to the National Assembly election for Nairobi City County. As I explained earlier, for this election, we had 7 missing result forms. And the registered voters in respect to each of these stations as follows. Park Road Primary Schools, polling station 4, 656 voters. Our Lady of Mercy Primary School, station 2, 690 voters. Umwani Secondary School, polling station 5, 659 voters. Pangani Girls High School, polling station 8, 691 voters. St. Peter Clavers, polling station 7, 675 voters. Old Madare Primary School, polling station 8, 670 voters. And Daima Primary School, polling station 6, 690 voters. The total number of voters whose results we do not have is 4,731. The difference in the votes cast between the candidate with the highest number of votes and the candidate with the second highest number of votes is 112,683. So even if all the votes in the polling stations whose results are not here were to be added to the candidate with the second highest number of votes, it will still not change the outcome of this election. And therefore, as the county returning officer, I'm able to declare the result of this election as follows. Nairobi City County has a total of 2,415,310 registered voters. The votes in favor of each candidate are as follows. Monica Omaitha Gitao, 17,811. David Morad John, 7,832. Mary Musuki Mutachi, 5,383. Brenda Ngai Twiga, 7,018. Millicent Nyaboke Omanga, 586,246. Teresia Anthony Omolo, 5,351. Esther Mudoni Pasari, 698,000. For the election of the county woman representative to the National Assembly, do hereby declare that Esther Mudoni Pasari is being elected for the county certificate of elected countrywoman representative to the National Assembly. The county returning officer hereby declares that Esther Mudoni Pasari
to know whether would you still be here at 11?
All right, live pictures from the Kasarani, and the woman representative for Nairobi County for the next 5 years is Esther Muthoni Passaris. She trumps her closest rival, that is Millicent Nyaboke Omanga, who got 586,000 votes against Esther Passaris' 688,000. A difference of about 100,000 between the winner and the first runners-up. I think now what we're waiting for, Victor, is the result for the gubernatorial position, and we continue to await. Already we have Edwin Sifuna announced as senator for Nairobi, Esther Passaris as the woman representative. Now, the wait is on for the results of governorship in Nairobi County.
It's been long coming. Actually, we talked about it not too long ago.
Yes.
The wait to have the results for the Nairobi positions. It's a nerve center of everything, so to speak. The nerve center, everybody's been waiting. Who is going to be the next senator? And so, Sakaja's really fought for Sifuna. He's really fought for it. We talked about him going to his home county in last election. He wasn't successful. Came back to the city, and now he's bagged it. Passaris serving her second term. I don't know whether that is Isukuti, but the Mabega is probably failing. Sifuna should give us some lessons. And the lady in yellow is trying, but not yet.
Okay. And the dance is over. Now we wait for the...
Now go to work.
Gubernatorial results. Let's see who this. You know, I've been watching to see whether I will see either Sakaja or Poleka Pigade at the front here. I don't see any of them, so I don't know whether when the announcement is made they will walk in like the bazoos or what will happen. But we wait to see. Or it could also mean that the county returning officer is not yet ready for the gubernatorial results. Maybe that's why we don't have them there. But that is, you know, just a guess. It could be, or it could not be. So we're waiting to see what happens after this. But those are just celebrations by supporters of Edwin Sifuna and Esther Passaris. This is the second trial by Millicent Omanga to represent Nairobi as woman rep. Has not succeeded just yet. Sifuna has also tried before. He has succeeded this time. And so that's the journey of politics, Wanjiro. You try, you get it. Sometimes you don't. And that's just politics.
Yeah.
What you must not stop is trying.
Absolutely. And I mean, even Passaris herself, you will recall that she had vied for the first time, I think, in 2013 and lost to Honorable Shebesh.
Yes.
And then tried again in 2017 and won. It's just a question of resilience and just that understanding that you may not get it the first try. Some do. Some are lucky to. But if you do not, then it's an opportunity for you to regroup and re-strategize on the way forward. Personally, I think party politics had a heavy hand. Victor, you would agree with me. And if you do not get it right at the party level, until people shift this mentality that we need to vote people on merit, if you don't get it right at the party level,
exactly,
then
it has effect.
Yeah, it has a huge effect on the outcome of the election results.
All right.
But you also have to be consistent, and even your contribution to the party is also important.
Absolutely.
In terms of policy, in terms of advisory role in the party.
Yes.
What pivotal role are you playing in the party? Because you can imagine if you want to be nominated and yet there's nothing contributed to the party. Even the Mwananchi would say, amepewa that ticket lakini hapana, she doesn't deserve it, or he doesn't deserve it. So you're right, contribution is key.
Absolutely. Let me take you back, Kwanjiro, to the question that I asked you earlier about the attrition rates in Mount Kenya and the effect on quality of leadership. You were taking up that point.
Yeah, I think what I was saying was that For me, I got the general sense that if you are a leader, in my constituency especially, and in others that I have actually witnessed, if you are a leader that has shown to have performed, they generally gave you an opportunity to lead again. Other than the issue of the dominant, party taking center stage in the outcome, personally, we saw our incumbent, for example, in Kiambu constituency.
Jude Jomo?
Yes, Jude Jomo. He got a fairly, I mean, they went head to head with the winner. They went head to head, and that speaks a lot about what people thought about him, because he was actually going to go for a third term. So it's not just about, one term. The one-term effect was not really applicable in all areas, really.
Okay.
Yeah, and to some extent, I think it boiled down to the party that you were affiliated with. Because if he was on the right side of history, as far as party affiliation is concerned, probably the results would have been different today. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Live pictures again from the Bomas of Kenya and Kasarani. We already have two winners in terms of the county representation, in terms of the woman representative, who is Esther Muthoni Pasaris, and the next senator for Nairobi County is Edwin Sifuna. ODM scooping quite a number of seats in Nairobi County in terms of MPs, MCAs, and the woman representative and senator, and which of course affirms what opinion polls had already said, that when it comes to Nairobi, it is Raila Odinga's playing field.
Yeah.
And at least now the residents of Nairobi can rest easy. At least two more are off the table. We now await the gubernatorial, or rather the governor-elect to be announced, which we hope will be in not too long, considering they announced this almost back-to-back, the win of Sifuna and Pasari. So we can expect more activities to be happening at the Kasarani Center. Still celebrations ongoing right there. And this can just show you how on edge people were, even just the people in that particular venue.
Yeah. And then now it's back to work as we speak. Because for you to be re-elected as a woman representative in Nairobi, then it means that it's something she really contributed, or contribute to the face of Nairobi, because Nairobi is cosmopolitan. So you'd imagine we have got Kambas, we have got the Luos, Kisses, everybody.
688,000 plus.
Yes, that's a huge number. That's a huge number. And it goes back to what Wanjiru said, your contribution to the party as well. If you don't have the goodwill of the party, then your goose is cooked.
Your goose is cooked.
Let's listen in. Something is happening right now. Let's get to listen.
For the election of the governor, Nairobi City County, I wish to announce as follows. For the election of governor, Nairobi City County, we had 6 forms not there. Park Road Primary School, polling station 4 with 656 voters. Our Lady of Mercy Primary School, polling station 2 with 690 voters. Mangani Girls High School, station 8 with 691 voters. Kumwani Secondary School, polling station 5, 659 voters. Highway Secondary School, polling station 9 with 626, and the Borough Primary School, polling station 2 with 664 voters. The 6 polling stations have a total of 3,986 registered voters. Now, the difference between the candidate with the highest number of votes and the candidate with the second highest number of votes is 125,876. So even if we were to compute the 3,986 to the 576,516, we'll get a total of 577,502 votes, still way short of the 699,392, and therefore, as county returning officer, I'm able to declare the election of Governor Nairobi City County. Therefore, I wish to declare the results for the election of Governor Nairobi City County 2022 as follows. There are a total of 2,415,310 registered voters in the county. Valid votes are in favor of each candidate. Herman Singh Kewal, 10,521. Polycarp Igade Kamau, 553,500.
Have you ever wanted to cut?
Agnes Kapure Kariuki, 10,086.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to... Welcome to another engaging gadget. Welcome to another Engaging Gadgets YouTube tutorial video. In this video, I'm going to show you how to trim video.
5,531. Kenneth Inara Nyamwamu, 7,377. Johnson Arthur Sakaja, 699,392. Esther Waringa Tairu, 5,944. And therefore, as the county returning officer for the Nairobi elections 2022, do hereby declare that Johnson Arthur Sakaja is duly elected the governor for Nairobi City County 2022. Thank you very much. The certificate of the elected county governor reads as follows. The county returning officer hereby declares that Johnson Arthur Sakaja, passport number A1627553, has been duly elected as the county governor for Nairobi City County in the election held on 9th day of August 2022. A county returning officer, Global Huma's signature, dated this 14th day of August 2022. Thank you. We have elected members of parliament. I would like to honor them with a few moments to address those of us who are here for 1 minute. We'll start with the Senator-elect Nairobi City County, Honorable Sifuna.
Under a lot of stress. Thank you so much, Bwana CRO. We have been waiting for these results, and mine is just to say that we are all under a lot of stress and pressure, and that when you see us raising some of these issues, it is not personal, it is just because people have been waiting for these results for a long time. First, I want to say thank you so much to the Almighty God who has allowed us to see this day. We have had very peaceful campaigns in Nairobi, and everybody agrees. I am very proud that we have been able to complete this exercise without much incident. I want to take this opportunity as well to thank all of you, the people of Nairobi, for honoring me with this particular position, and I want to assure you that you know my capacity, you know my work, my ability. I will serve you diligently every day. I will wake up to work for the people of the County of Nairobi. I want to also thank Team Sifuna, who is here, led by my chief agent, Collins. Collins, just stand up and wave. Asante sana, you have done a fantastic job. And I just want to say that sitawaangusha. Asante sana. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my family. My wife is here, Didi. Thank you so much for allowing us to go through this process and for the support that you have given me, even my family back home in Bungoma. I know that we are going through a difficult phase, but now we will have an opportunity to go home and bury my kuhu, who passed away just 2 days before the election. She was not able to see me as senator, but I will be taking my certificate to her at home. I also want to thank everyone, all our competitors. I think we have had a very good campaign. I am proud to say that I have gone through this entire campaign without mentioning any of my opponents, but I consider them worthy opponents. And I just want to say that they're welcome to work with us in order to deliver for the people of Nairobi. I want to thank my party, ODM. It is simply the best political party in this country, the most organized political party. And Mama Pasaris and all the team, Nairobi Azimio, the members of parliament who have supported us. Thank you so much. Nairobi is blue, and we are very proud to say that Nairobi is blue.
Edwin Sifuna, the new senator for Nairobi, of course, and no senator just yet, a senator-elect because he has to be sworn in, but that is his victory speech to the residents of Nairobi. So far, it is now official. Sakaja Arthur Johnson is the next governor for Nairobi, taking over from Ann Kananu and probably from the Nairobi Metropolitan Services. Let's listen in from Esther Muthoni Pesaris.
The entire IBC team of Nairobi, the people of Nairobi County, the citizens who voted, even those who didn't vote, because we will serve all of you. My team, my campaign team, my Azimio family, from Baba all the way down, I want to say thank you. The biggest glory goes to the Almighty who has kept this country together, and in the spirit of God is love, we under Baba are preaching the Azimio La Umoja message. I want to say thank you to all the voters in the county of Nairobi. We will work tirelessly to serve all of you. When we get into office, we don't care which party you are, we don't care whether you voted for us. What we care is to deliver on the promises, and we are guided by the manifesto of the Azimio family. We are very grateful to all of you for maintaining the peace during the campaign period, and we pray that that same peace will be maintained after Baba is announced as the 5th. What I want to say here is I'm very grateful to my entire family, and as I dedicate myself to serve this great county of Nairobi and Kenya at large, because Nairobi is the capital city, I want to dedicate this win to my father, who passed away in January and is not here to see me win this. And because he loved this country so much, I want to say, Daddy, as I dedicate this win to you, I will do everything that you taught me to serve with integrity, to serve with compassion, to serve with the Spirit of God in everything that I do. I will do all that in your honor for the great people of the county of Nairobi. Thank you.
Esther Pesaris, victory speech at the Kasarani. Like I told you earlier, she is the winner in this contest, and so is Edwin Sifuna. Probably now what we're waiting for is the walk-in of Johnson Arthur Sakaja, the next governor for Nairobi County, who has won this election 699,392 against Polycarp Igathe Kamau, who polled at 573,516. And that means then Johnson Sakaja will be taking over as the next governor for Nairobi, Victor.
Yep. There is something that Edwin Sifuna talked about, that he campaigned without mentioning the names of his opponents. It's about the idea, the ideologies, what you're planning to do to the people of Nairobi, or even the constituents that you're representing. And perhaps, Wanjiru, if you take something from what Sifuna said, perhaps Kenyans or even politicians ought to have learned something, that you don't have to malign the name of your opponent to gain. People want to hear, what are you going to do them, short-term and long-term projects?
I agree with you to the extent that we do not need the unnecessary vitriol. We do not need to malign people's names in order to forward our agenda. But what I have noticed from other jurisdictions, Victor, is that, they are not shy. They do not shy away from pointing out the shortcomings that have come with our predecessors' administration.
Not insults.
Not insults, yes. But they do not shy away from actually pointing out the shortcomings. So I think that there's a way you can package your message without the vitriol and the malignment. So yeah, to that extent, I do agree with you and with Honorable Sifuna.
Because when you even look at, for example, the U.S. presidential elections, when Hillary Clinton took it to the stage with Donald Trump.
The debates, yes.
The debate, you'd hear Trump saying Hillary Clinton did not do a certain thing, even the foreign policies.
Absolutely.
When you are in this position, there's certain things that you did not do.
Yes.
And they hugely affect the Americans, even the international community, when you talk about America, Russia, and others, but not insults. Like, when it comes to our side, you just have to call one person. There's some sense of maturity that we need to bring into our political arena.
Yes. But although we are also still lagging behind, not lagging behind, but we still haven't embraced that concept of pointing out your opponent's shortcomings. Even in Kenya still, people do not really appreciate politicians doing that. And that is why you find a lot of politicians doing it, using their proxies to do it. They do not do it outrightly, they use their proxies.
So then is this on the side of Mwananchi or the politicians? Because politicians will do what they deem fit for the Mwananchi.
Yeah, if we can have a sober conversations about how this administration failed, if we can be bold enough to just say that this administration failed for this and this reason, without really the malignment and the vitriol, then I think that slowly we can embrace. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with actually pointing out where we went from, because that is how we learn. We learn from history.
Yeah.
And the common Mwananchi does not have the time to keep following up on these things, much less, they're not that exposed or well informed when it comes to matters governance.
Yeah.
So it is very important to point out to them where a certain administration went wrong and how you're coming in to make things different. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I have to give it to you, Jen and Wanjiru. We just talked about women leadership almost an hour ago, and Pasari is also in. Something you can smile about as women.
No, but that's a gender affirmative seat.
Yes.
That is reserved for women. She could not have had any other opponent other than a woman. So that is and that is the reason why I'm saying we needed to have secured that space for them.
And locked.
And not lock it as such, but at least to the extent
it's exclusive to women.
Exclusive to women. Yes. But then we leave it to the extent to which now we can say that there's a level playing field, that the public now has embraced the possibility of entertaining a woman leader.
So in essence, there ought to be more of this secured seats, not just one.
Yes, until the environment changes. Yes. Right. And it is yet to do so. It is yet to do so.
But going back to that aspect of politicians maligning each other as to gain mileage over the other one, if we're really honest, isn't this good for the public?
No, absolutely. The malignment is not good for the public, but
in terms of showing what they didn't do, and yet they were in office for maybe 5 years, and now they're probably seeking re-election.
Yes. My understanding of maligning someone's name would be sort of like I think I would go back to saying the vitriol. You know, it's just it's aggressive. The manner in which you package that information matters a lot.
Or maybe they need to move away from the individual character and focus on his or her capacity
on the office.
In that particular office.
Absolutely.
The shortcomings that they in line with what they were supposed to do.
Absolutely. But
can we really draw that line?
You cannot draw that line if the person's character affected the execution of their mandate. So, but then maligning someone would probably be
attacking their
propaganda, things like that. Outright. I mean, I think it's just the packaging, really. It's just the packaging. Yeah.
It's the packaging.
It's the packaging of the information. Yeah, you can do it in a palatable way in which the public can appreciate that really what you're trying to do is to point out where this person went wrong. And this is not now just an abusive, you're not creating an abusive environment. Yeah.
All right. So again, pictures on your screen there, dear viewer. This the direct happening at the Bomas of Kenya. Again, we've not had any communication or any status update from the Commission, the IEBC. The last one was at around 5:30. Perhaps they're still waiting to, gather instead of coming to the press one result after another, so that they can get a conclusive kind of numbers of constituencies already tallied and verified. Earlier on, we had that direct link with Sarafina Robi, who said that so far so good. The security there has been enhanced, and we also saw it. Anti-riot police officers in GSU. You cannot take chances from, and the way you said, I think IBC and Chebukati is learning each and every day. Based on what happened in 2017, they also had some lapses again yesterday or even days before. So moving forward, even the next commission that will come in, because for him, 1 year to go, they have a lot of lessons to carry home.
Yes, they do. And again, I think someone once said that the most important stage of election period is actually at the polling station, the results at the polling station.
Yes.
And we are still yet to get to that point where there is credibility at that stage. In fact, that is where a lot of compromising happens. The bribing of agents, the bribing of polling officials, and that not trickles down, but it is what now escalates to what you're seeing. It now affects the final results.
Yeah.
So Chebukati could have gotten it right at the level that he is, but if still we do not handle the issues at the polling station, then expect us to still grapple with the issues of free and fair elections.
Now, Victor, just to jump in on this aspect of Chebukati in line with this year's general elections, we have seen so many people saying that this general elections has definitely set the standard, the bar quite high, looking at even the international conversation around how Kenya is conducting these elections. By the fact that you can actually download these forms and tally for yourself is something that many countries haven't really, rather in the African space particularly, they haven't experienced. But before we continue with this particular issue, maybe you could throw it over to Kyria.
All right. Here, Kasarani, Nairobi, is Beatrice Gatonya Ngetich, who is coming to us live from Kasarani. Beatrice, good morning. We just saw something happen there. Obviously, the awarding of certificates to Edwin Sifuna and Esther Pesaris. Question is, why haven't we seen Sakaja in this hall?
Asante sana JJ Kyria. Kama kabisa jinsi ambavyo umeweza kutazama, kaunti ya Nairobi sasa ina viongozi wapya. Hii ni baada ya ujumlishaji wa kura kutoka maeneo yote 17 kukamilika hapa katika uga wa Kasarani, ambapo sasa msimamizi wa kituo hiki tayari ameshatangaza matokeo hayo. Kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha useneta, Edwin Sifuna wa chama cha ODM tayari ameweza kutangazwa mshindi na kura 1716,876, akifuatwa na Margaret Wanjiru wa UDA ambaye alijipatia kura 1524,91. Hivyo basi kaunti ya Nairobi itaongozwa kwenye kiti hicho cha useneta na Edwin Sifuna wa chama cha ODM. Katika kinyang'anyiro cha mwakilishi wa wanawake, Esther Passaris wa chama cha ODM ametangazwa mshindi hapa na kura 1698,926, akifuatwa na Millicent Omanga wa chama cha ODM na kura 1586,246. Esther Passaris atakuwa mwakilishi wa wanawake katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Na katika kiti cha ugavana, Johnson Sakaja wa UDA ameweza kujishindia kiti hicho na kura 1,600 ametangazwa kuwa mshindi. Naona nambari zangu tayari zimepotelea huku, lakini hata hivyo Sakaja tayari ametangazwa mshindi, pamoja naye akifuatwa naye Polycarp Igathe wa Jubilee. Hivyo basi mtazamaji, sura ya viongozi wa Nairobi ni kama hivyo: Johnson Sakaja gavana, Esther Passaris mwakilishi wa wanawake, pamoja na Edwin Sifuna wa chama cha ODM. Kumbuka kaunti hii ya Nairobi ina maeneo bunge 17 na tayari matokeo hayo yameweza kutangazwa kutoka hapa. Hivyo ndivyo ni mambo yalivyo hapa katika uga wa Kasarani. Johnson Sakaja hajaweza kufika hapa kufikia sasa kuchukua cheti chake, lakini ninaarifiwa kwamba muda wa saa 4 hivi atakuwa kiwasili hapa kuchukua cheti chake. Hivyo basi nitakuwa hapa kuhakikisha kwamba atakapokuwa anawasili hapa kuchukua cheti, nitakuwa nikija kwa moja kwa moja. Lakini hivyo ndivyo mambo yalivyo hapa katika uga huu wa Kasarani. Kumbuka kwamba viongozi ambao wamepata fursa ya kuzungumza hapa, Edwin Sifuna pamoja na Esther Passaris, wameweza kuwashukuru wana Nairobi kwa kuweza kujitolea kuwachagua kuwahudumia katika miaka 5 ijayo, huku wakiuliza kwamba wakiomba nchi kutulia na kuwa na amani, hata huku tukisubiri kutangazwa kwa rais atakaye chukua hatamu kwa miaka 5 ijayo. Hivyo basi kutoka hapa uga wa Kasarani ni hayo JJ ninaweza kukueleza. Johnson Sakaja, Esther Passaris na Edwin Sifuna ndio viongozi wapya ambao watakuwa wakiongoza kaunti ya Nairobi. Kwako studio.
Asante mwenzangu Beatrice Gatonye. Katika uga wa Kasarani ambako matokeo ya uchaguzi wa Nairobi yametangaza, na ni kwamba Johnson Sakaja, Esther Passaris na Edwin Sifuna ndo viongozi wakuu katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Sakaja akiwa gavana wa kaunti ya Nairobi, vile vile Esther Passaris akiwa mwakilishi wa wanawake, na Edwin Sifuna kama seneta. Hadi sasa ni kwamba Johnson Sakaja hajaweza kufika katika uga wa Kasarani ili kupokea cheti chake. Tutajua kwa nini. Probably at 10 we expect his arrival, and I think it was wise probably not to have rival camps, flocking Kasarani. So what you do is that the ODM fraternity picks their certificate, and then probably Johnson Sakaja can come with his yellow battalion to pick the UDA, or rather the certificate for Nairobi governorship. And indeed, again, there are about 3,516 votes that are yet to be added to this tally. You've heard the returning officer say there are polling stations that are yet to return their results, but of course when he made a calculation, it wouldn't affect marginally the results he has announced. That is why he already called it for Sakaja, Victor.
I think they have that discretion. I really don't know if, legally speaking, because in 2017 there was a case where Chebukati was accused of calling the results with 11,000 votes still not counted. Is that a provision? Is it allowed, so to speak?
To call out the results without the
total number of votes in a particular constituency?
No, I don't think that is allowed. I can't quite recall whether that was the issue at hand, but legally speaking, that is not allowed.
But in this case?
I don't know. I didn't quite catch that. The fact that they had not completely read out the entire results. I think that if that is actually the case legally, if they can do that, I think that is a lapse. That is a lacuna. And I think that all the results need to be read out.
Read out.
Yeah, before not even read out. They need to be tallied completely, and then we just get the complete results read out. Because again, if you are going to challenge these results, on what grounds would you based on which results?
Yes.
Yeah, would you be challenging? So I think that and again you'd be challenging the results that have been read out by Chebukati. So I think there could be a lacuna in the law if that is the case, so that before he actually announces the winners, he needs to ensure that the complete results are tallied and we know what is the full result, so that a person now moves the court knowing what were the actual results.
I think
because again we have a time frame for filing these election petitions.
I think listening to Edwin Sifuna, much of the pressure has come from politicians. They wanted these results announced because of the tensions that existed in Nairobi County.
So it's a done deal. There'll be no contention.
But what is going to happen is that the results that will go finally to the IEBC obviously must reflect these other votes. It must reflect them, because that will be the final tally. But probably seeing the tensions that exist, probably it was time to call the election. Again, remember, in the presidential vote, even if it is 2 or 3 votes that have not arrived, you cannot count that. You cannot declare that election, because this one has a 50+1 threshold. But for the governorship, there's no 50+1. If a person has a clear majority, he has a clear majority.
But he was clear on pointing that out, that the votes that remain do not affect the overall results of those that they have received so far. Now, going back to what I was asking you, Wanjiru, just before we were able to switch over to Kasarani, looking at the fact that there's conversation that we have set the bar quite high in regards to the election standards this year around, do you agree that we have set those standards high?
Have we set the bar high? Yes, we have. We have tried to do the best that we can. Well, not we, but IEBC has tried to do the best that it can. But still, a lot needs to be done at the local level, and I mean at the polling station. There's still rampant voter bribery. There's still rampant agent bribery. There's still rampant bribery of polling officials. So there seems to be a disconnect between the leadership at the top level and the agents at the bottom level.
Yes.
So until that has been achieved, until the credibility of conduction of election is handled at the polling station, we will still continue to grapple with this issue even at this level. Because all Chebukati is doing is announcing what was tallied at the polling station. So, for example, if results are altered at the polling station using Form 34A, the net effect is that this is what Chebukati would announce. Okay? So where is this disconnect? Because measures have been taken, but still this is happening at this level. So we need to ask ourselves, who should be held responsible? Has Chebukati done his best to ensure that his officials at that level are not compromised, for example, that they are not making it difficult for agents to carry out their mandate, that they are not looking or turning their face away when voters are being bribed, and they are being bribed openly? What are they doing at that level?
So does this speak to poor preparation to some extent?
It's probably poor preparation, but it also goes down to enforcement and just this strict enforcement in terms of what this person stands to lose, and I mean the polling agents, what they stand to lose if they are found culpable of this malpractices. I am yet to see a polling agent being arrested publicly, being prosecuted publicly. Why is this not happening? Is someone who is looking away? Who is looking away? Why is there a disconnect? It seems as if the buck stops most of the time with the returning officer at that level. So why is there a disconnect between the polling officials at that level and the commissioners.
All right. Now, still looking at the part of IEBC, when it comes to voter registration, I believe you were also aware of the fact that so many people had to travel to their home counties to vote. And in one way or the other, this could contribute to the kind of leaders that are elected in this particular home counties, and yet some of these individuals don't reside there, leading to some form of misguided decision-making when it comes to that. Do you think IEBC can reintroduce ways, and we were talking about this just yesterday, about having the option of voting from where you are based physically and not necessarily where you are registered from, which could be a different county that you are?
I think the decision, a person's decision on where to vote really, it lies with their interest in that locality or that jurisdiction. A person will probably decide, I feel as if my children will get bursaries if I vote in this constituency rather than in this other one. So it's where
regardless as to whether you actually reside there.
Yes. Or I've just here in Nairobi, this is where I work. But in Kitale, that is where my property, my majority of my property is. And the governance in Kitale is what matters to me more than the governance here in Nairobi. So I would much rather participate in the elections in Kitale than in Nairobi. So it's a question of interest. Where does my interest lie? Yeah. But the voter really has a choice. They have a choice to change their vote. No one really forces someone to vote in one jurisdiction and not another.
True that.
Yeah.
True that. Let me just escalate this debate shortly. What do you think is the image of Kenya internationally? Because a majority of people are now asking themselves that Kenya, contrary to what people would have expected, based on our previous history as a nation in 2002, 92, come 2013, and now here we are in 2022. We are almost getting the results for the president, and the country is super peaceful. What do you think is the general image out there that you're portraying to the international community?
Well, I mean, at the risk of...
At the risk of sounding?
At the risk of sounding like as though I want to malign someone's image, one would wonder who are the orchestrators of violence in the past, and are they aggrieved at present? So that are they the same people who are aggrieved at present that you would expect that you would expect some form of tension in the country? I really don't know how to I'm actually surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised that the country is still calm up to this point, and I do sincerely hope that even post the announcement of the results, the mood will remain the same. I don't know how much work has gone into ensuring that happens, but I think it's a wait and see. We still, and again, this boils down to information. We still do not know what is being done behind the scenes or what's happening behind the scenes. We hope for the best, but certainly we are prepared for the worst based on the history the history of this country and the fact that the key players are the ones who are the principals in this election.
But then, generally, as a nation, I think there is some lesson that we've carried home, that it can be done differently, and we get different results. Yeah. I
mean, maybe the tension was calmed by some few factors here and there.
Because Kenya is a big boy in East Africa. So perhaps, what do you think is other people's expectation over us? Because we also had, the observers who came and they gave us clean bill of health that election was free and fair. And since then, we've not seen them talk again. So it was a done deal.
Okay. As in whether elections were free and fair, I think will be left to the post-election period. In my county, for example, we already have governors who are challenging the results. And they seem to have very credible evidence that the elections were not free and fair. So whether they were free and fair, I think it is for the court to now determine. In the eyes of the public, it could have been free and fair. But if something is brought to the attention of the court that this is not free and fair, then the public will soon know where the gaps are, where the gaps were, or whether indeed the elections were free and fair. So it's a wait and see, really. It's a post-election. In order for us to engage whether they were free and fair, we need to now wait and see how many cases, for example, will be filed in comparison to 2017, for example. Have the lessons been learned? Have the lessons been learned following the challenges that we faced in 2017? But still, it's a wait and see. Yeah, it's a wait and see. It could be, at the face of it, it could be like it was free and fair. Yeah. But let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah.
Okay. It's quite interesting because when you talked about that position, Jen, again, the position that Esther Passaris, it's there. It's cast on stone. That is a seat meant for women. But give me a picture based on the figures we are having and we are seeing, the data. A lot of women have made it into these elective positions. Start all the way from Mombasa to Central, to Meru, coming to Nairobi, crossing over to part of Nakuru, which has now been called Nakuru Girls. So also we have another one, Machakos Girls. Paint for me a general picture of the kind of governance structure that you're going to have, the face, when you go for a meeting, a conference, 3 months from now?
As far as the gubernatorial elections are concerned, we have seen a significant increase in female leadership. We are yet to see that reflect at parliamentary level. I'm sure maybe Senate we probably have a rise, but the last time I checked, the number has lowered at parliamentary level.
Yes.
I mean, how that will look like, no different from how what we have been. I mean, what would be the significant difference other than women probably championing certain rights of marginalized groups?
Right.
Yeah, and being the voice of the people who were previously not represented. Yeah. So, and being probably the drivers of this agenda because they understand these issues better than anyone else. So this also still goes back to the question of giving the women a voice in policy formulation. So we probably just see a shift in just the mindset, how they think about certain issues differently from their male counterparts. Basically, that is it.
Okay. Jen?
No cat fights. Hopefully.
No cat fights.
No cat fights.
Again, doing away with the gender roles assigned by society, and looking at this individual as a person who contested, campaigned, and was elected by the residents of the particular county that they were. Doing away with the gender roles that society has always impacted on everyone. Kyria?
Quite an interesting turn. And you would say, like she's saying, there's quite an improvement in terms of numbers, but still doing very badly. I was looking at the numbers of MPs, particularly from the National Assembly and Senate. Doesn't appear like we did so well in terms of achieving that, but then some good gains made in terms of ensuring the governorship is settled. 7 seats for governor is not an easy task. There were about 3 in 2017, which was Charity Ngilu, Joyce Laboso, the late, and Anne Waiguru. Now the addition is 4. That makes 7, and that is a good number. Going back to Kiambu, where probably you were vying, what would you say were the dynamics in the election? Because I realized, for example, Gatundu North has an independent candidate, so you wouldn't say really yellow fever like you said. What are the dynamics at play?
I mean, you'd say yellow fever if the majority, 90%, voted along party lines. That's a yellow fever outright. Then initially, it would have appeared that people were really beginning to embrace personalities as opposed to parties. But then, how this dynamics changed, I think a month to elections, we are quite surprised, and it changed significantly because there was a wave, and then in between that period, we spent a lot of time with the people, trying to sensitize them, trying to tell them that it is important coming based on the history that we have experienced for you to consider individuals as opposed to party affiliations. And it would appear that that is how, it would appear that the ground had begun to change and they had begun to embrace that concept. But then somewhere along the line, I don't know where we lost it, and they completely decided they will vote suits. And it is not just in Mount Kenya. Victor will tell you that it was in many, many other places. And across board, it really doesn't matter whether you're the common mwananchi or the elite. It just doesn't matter. People were voting along party lines.
As a politician, probably because you connected to these people, you have no prediction or you have no idea what these other dynamics were, so much so that a month to the election you thought you had convinced them, and all of a sudden...
Sorry, I'm not sure what went wrong. I did speak to a colleague of mine, and what came out was that the dominant party in Mount Kenya did a very, very aggressive campaign to persuade the people to vote along that, along party lines. And I think the argument at that time was that that was the only, that connection from member of parliament to presidential was the only way that they could secure their jobs. They could secure jobs. They could secure, resources, so to speak. So and you see, that is misinformation, if you ask me, because I do not see where that connection comes in. I don't see how, if you elected an independent member of parliament and a governor from another party and then a president from the dominant party, it would affect the channeling of resources from the bottom to the top. So it could probably have been some misinformation. And again, you need to appreciate the dynamics of the people at the ground. Majority are people who are probably not exposed education-wise. So it is very easy to convince that person that the fact that if they don't go one way, it would affect, it would affect them economically, and for them to actually agree with you. So this misinformation, I think, is what again shifted the perception of the voters.
Think about it, Wanjiru. Even in mature democracies, a clear parliamentary majority obviously gives you a go-ahead if you're a leader, for example, president or prime minister, when you have a parliamentary majority. Don't you think that these parties, let's say ODM or UDA, in the call for a six-piece suit, were trying to safeguard that parliamentary majority so they can be able to pass their legislative agenda without obviously the hindrance of an independent candidate who you don't know where their allegiance is?
Well, actually, what I've noticed is that even in other jurisdictions, like look at Australia, Australia now has quite a significant amount of independent candidates in parliament right now. Yes, there is need to, I see where the executive is coming from, and the necessity of having a majority in parliament in order to pass its agenda. But then, if you have sober parliamentarians, it matters not what the executive wants. The question is whether this legislation they are being called to pass is the right thing for the people. So that if I'm an independent candidate and a legislation is brought to parliament, and it is very clear that this legislation, upon, of course, relying on certain advisories, this legislation actually proves to be beneficial to the people, I do not see why I should step or why I should frustrate that legislation for my own personal interest. So this is a question of personal interests. Yeah, it boils down really to personal interests.
Quite an interesting one, of course, when you talk about personal interest, because I'm sure you remember when Barack Obama takes over power in America, when the Congress is dominated by Republicans who frustrated him from the word go. Same as Donald Trump just the other day. And you could see, even reading from the same script with Nancy Pelosi, another difficult job. So it's a tough balancing act, like you say, but probably then the interest of nation can actually override their personal interests. But let's talk about the other dynamics involved in this election, particularly about the two leading presidential candidates. We've seen them steer off the debate we are seeing right now on social media and wherever about I have won, who has not. What do you think about them keeping off public space?
And I think that's very suspect. Why would you? Because this is carefully orchestrated if you think about it. Mm-hmm. The fact that we have a clear divide on the election results on social media and the credibility is questionable. Who are the drivers and what is their motive? What is actually their motive towards that? What are they preparing the public for? And the public is actually eating this information. It's consuming this information, and it is actually believing that the results have been, the results are out. It's very clear who has won. And if they do not declare that it is their party of choice or their principal of choice who has won, then, they need to do something to deal with that, that frustration, so to speak, So who are these orchestrators of this media, of this information, and what is their real agenda? What is their goal?
All right.
Why are they preparing the public in this manner?
And that's something to check. Before we take a break, and of course you were talking about the voter, the way you thought you had convinced them, and then at the last minute you see a turn. But yet you would agree there's quite a number also that decided not to participate in this election. Would you probably say then these were the voters you had convinced? Because there are those who decided, and deliberately so, to keep off the ballot completely.
I mean, there was definitely voter apathy. I suspect, I have not really looked into the data to establish which type of voter voted and which ones refrained from voting this time round. But for those who actually stood in favor, other than the youth, I would say,
yes,
those who supported the dominant parties actually showed up to vote. I truly believe that they showed up to vote. Those who we could have convinced and who we convinced probably that they need to consider personalities as opposed to party affiliation, probably refrained. They could have probably voted in our favor, but they refrained from voting altogether. But I still do not know. I don't have the data to establish which kind of people refrained from voting in this particular election. Of course, there are certain economic reasons really that had a hand in why people did turn out.
Okay.
And the frustrations and whatnot. So I'm not quite sure the type of voter that refrained from voting. So I can't quite say whether there would have been a marginal difference in the results if they had voted, if there wasn't voter apathy.
Quite an interesting one. 14 minutes ago, Polycarp Igathe tweeted on his verified account, "I accept the decision of the people of Nairobi and thank all our supporters. The governor of Nairobi is His Excellency Johnson Sakaja. Congratulations. God bless Kenya." Such gentlemanly statement, without contestations, and he has conceded defeat to Johnson Sakaja. Seeing the bromance they had, obviously, during the gubernatorial debate for Nairobi, I wish probably they can borrow from each other and each other's ideas of Nairobi and probably take Nairobi forward. We're taking a breather. When we come back, we'll pick up the conversation, obviously, as we continue to update you on the situation across the country and the Bomas of Kenya.
Johnson Sakaja arriving. Actually, he's driving himself. He's been declared the winner. There you have now the clear pictures. He's been declared governor-elect of Nairobi County, and he's just arrived to collect his certificate. You know, people making fun out of this situation, why he's late. He'll have to answer that, maybe to the press. But nonetheless, he's arrived to pick his certificate, something together with the deputy. He's arrived at Kasarani now, the Nairobi County Tallying Center. Finally, it's done and dusted. Live images from Kasarani. He's come, driving himself to collect his certificate. Coming first, Polycarp the second. And a few minutes ago, let me just get that tweet clearly, where Igade tweeted and said that he has conceded defeat. That's 27 minutes ago. I accept the decision of the people of Nairobi and thank all of our supporters. The governor of Nairobi is His Excellency Johnson Sakaja. Congratulations. God bless Kenya. And now he's back and he's arrived at the Nairobi Tallying Center to collect his certificate. Without that crucial document, then it can never be counted. It can never be counted. He's arrived. Somehow around 40 or so minutes later, arriving, together with his deputy. We are yet to see what will happen. And of course, I think the likes of Sifuna and Pasaris have already exited the place. Majestic walk to victory. That is how it is. You walk into the room, and I'm so sure that they'll be waiting, and perhaps things have just cooled down. Straight to the returning officer, order of business. First of all, you present yourself and collect your certificate. Now, that is exactly what is done. Straight to the returning officer, and there he is, together with his deputy. All right. There you have him. He's no longer senator. He's now governor-elect. Having served as a senator of Nairobi, now that title has changed, governor-elect. We are waiting to see how he's going to make his victory speech. He's gone through a lot of turbulence to the run-up to the general election, and now it's a done deal, so to speak. We're waiting to see what happens. Remember, he had to take his certificate. Well, so long as you're around, well, take it. So that is it. Esther Pasaris, woman representative, Edwin Sifuna, senator, and now we have Johnson Arthur Sakaja as the governor-elect of Nairobi. Curia, finally.
Yeah, we have Johnson Sakaja. For a person who has actually won the seat after so much turbulence, and then considering the fact that the majority of members of parliament in Nairobi are actually, as we are expecting his victory speech to be one of trying to build bridges in Nairobi, so much so that the county can sail forward, obviously bridging the political divide. Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. Can we listen in? I think the returning officer is speaking.
Now, as the county returning officer, we have tallied
All right, we have interrupted a bit there as our cameraman sets up, and I think now he's ready. Let's go back there.
310 registered voters. The votes garnered by each of the candidates are as follows. Haman Singh Gewal, 10,521. Polycarp Igathi Kamau, 173,516. And increase my power. Agnes Akure Kariuki, 10,086. Cleophas Mutua Kiyo, 6,485. Dennis Arua Ochim Kode, 5,557. Nancy Wambui Mwandime, 5,531. Kenneth Kinara Nyamwamu, 7,327. Johnson Arthur Sakaja, 699,000. Esther Walita Kairu, 5,944. And therefore, by the figures that I've just read, the winner for the election of county governor for Nairobi City County 2022 is Johnson Arthur Sakaja. For garnering 699,392 votes. Now I wish to, we did issue the certificate, I wish to call the governor-elect and his running mate, because it was a joint ticket, to come forward to receive the certificates. May stand here. Governor-elect, the running mate next to him. This is what the certificate says. Certificate of the elected county governor. The county returning officer hereby declares that Johnson Arthur Sakaja, passport number A1627553, has been duly elected as the county governor for Nairobi City County in the election held on 9th day of August 2022. County returning officer signature dated this 14th day of August 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Sasa mnaweza shikilia wawili, pigwa picha hapo. Before you resume your seat, I would like to grant you a moment to speak a word or two to the team that is here, your supporters and everyone present. Correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CRO. My supporters look outside. If you could allow them maybe just to come in and stay on that side. Is it okay? Amanda tazungumza nje ili waje vizuri. I want to thank God for this day and for this journey. I want to thank the people of Nairobi for believing in me and giving me this mandate and this task of serving them as governor of Nairobi. I want to thank my family for allowing me to go through this process. Of course, my deputy governor, my good friend, Njoroge Mushiri, a man whose capacity I believe in, I trust, and I want to tell the people of Nairobi, you're in safe hands with Njoroge Mushiri as my deputy and with myself as governor of Nairobi. I want to thank my team, starting with my chief agents, David and Kerich, Priscilla, Gitao, everybody, Muzia Wakili Nyamu, my entire team across the city, Team Sakaja, Team Nairobi, siku zote, and the millions of Nairobians. The result of this election speaks volumes about our country. In the last election, Bwana Siaro, I had 840,000. There were 1.7 million voters. In this election, there have been more voters, but a lower turnout. This country is yearning for leadership. And this country is yearning for inspirational leadership. That is a task before us, because this time, the turnout has been much lower. Another thing is that, if you look at the elections in Nairobi, the elections in Nairobi have spanned political divide. People from across have been able to vote in a resolute manner. That is a message that anyone who is looking keenly needs to take note of. I really want to thank my party leader, William Samoei Ruto. His Excellency William Ruto, I want to thank you for believing in me. I want to thank especially Musalia Mudavadi and the entire Kenya Kwanza team, Rigathi Gachagua and Wetangula. It has not been an easy journey. Many did not want me to be on the ballot, leave alone the ballot. The last 5 days have been sleepless nights because of many things. But we look forward as leaders. I want to acknowledge and thank my worthy opponents, especially my main opponent, Paul Kapigade, who is a friend, who is a man I respect, who I have known. I want to thank him for his gallant efforts and that he held true to what we believe in, Siasa Safi. That politics is not enmity. Siasa sio wadui. And that the people of Nairobi realize that no matter our different tribes, no matter our different parties, we have the same challenges. There is no Kikuyu hunger different from Luo hunger. There's no problem that faces the Luya that is different from the Kalenjin or the Kisi. We have the same challenges. And we realize that invariably, everyone wants the same thing. To go about their lives peacefully, to make something out of themselves, and to guarantee their children a future. To the people of Nairobi, I will not let you down. To the people of Nairobi, you can look forward to a new Nairobi, a city of order, a city of dignity, a city of hope and opportunity for all. Ultimately, we will make this city what it deserves to be. And so I'm very grateful. I want to acknowledge those who've been there before me. I want to thank His Excellency Evans Kidero, who was our first governor in Nairobi. He set the foundation for devolution in our county. He didn't have an easy time. I've learned from his strengths and from his weaknesses. I want to thank my friend Mike Mbuvi Sonko, our second governor of Nairobi, and I acknowledge the challenges he went through, his successes and his weaknesses. I want to thank Anne Kananu, the current governor, for what she has been able to go through. These are all people I speak to and I acknowledge them. And I also want to thank the outgoing NMS led by General Badi. I thank them for the work they have done for this city. I acknowledge it's not been easy. I have learned from them. But I want to affirm that from the day we were sworn in, all the functions of county governments under the 4th schedule, all the 14 functions shall revert to the county government. Finally, I really want to honor the people of Nairobi for being peaceful, for seeing each other as their brother and their sister. We've not had violence in the city. We've interacted. We've met people campaigning on different parties and different platforms and saying hi to each other. We've joked around. There are those who have called me names. I want to thank them all. Those who voted for me, asanteni. Those who didn't vote for me, thank you for expressing your political rights under Article 38, and I will prove you wrong. I will work for all of you. I want to give my Michi an opportunity to just say something as well. Then I close.
Governor-elect Nairobi County Johnson Sakaja speaking there about his victory and, of course, extending an olive branch to his main rival, that is Polycarp Igathe, and his supporters. And like I said, I would expect, obviously, having Nairobi under Azimio in terms of National Assembly leadership, as well as now the Senator and Woman Rep, I would expect probably that his speech would be conciliatory, and true indeed. He has lived up to the conciliatory end of our speech. Maybe we can listen in to the Deputy Governor-elect, that is Njoroge Mushiri. He has actually done. Those are live pictures from Kasarani. As Johnson Sakaja received his certificate. Remember, earlier the IEBC returning officer had declared him winner after garnering 699,000 votes, 699,392 against his closest rival, Jubilee's Polycarp Igathe Kamau, who got 573,516. And already through his verified Twitter account, Polycarp Igathe has conceded defeat and acknowledged Johnson Sakaja as the governor-elect. Obviously not even showing a sign of either contesting the results, and says he has accepted that and wishes him all the very best. And that is how politics ought to be done. We're still live from Kasarani. The other picture on your screen is from the Bomas of Kenya, where the verification of results continues to, that is where the exercise is continuing. By morning, when we were talking to Sarafina Nairobi, we had about 144 constituencies, and that makes about 146 that are remaining. And obviously, we will also be going back to the Bomas of Kenya for a status update, probably by the time Chebukati is coming up, probably another 20 constituencies, and that will be announced, and the results obviously displayed on the board. We predicted right that at around or sometime after 10, Johnson Sakaja would make his way to Kasarani, and there he goes, walking away with a certificate after that win, and mobbed by his supporters. Kerich was actually an agent of Sakaja, surprisingly. And I also see Boniface Nyamo, who has been one of his counsels or lawyers and his agent here. And now they walk off probably to celebrate victory after this win. And you would agree, Victor Olo, the win for Sakaja has come after probably what you would say, if not blood, then sweat.
Or probably both.
Yeah?
Or probably both.
Probably both, but we have not been able to witness blood other than, sweat.
It was long coming. He's had his fair share. Of course, the last two or 3 months has been so tough on him. And how he's managed to navigate through all this, I think he's the only person who can give us the real feeling and the real story. For us, we can just speculate from the periphery on what was happening, what is felt, what is going through. But he's the one who can give us the real clear picture on how it all felt. From court case to court case, back to the political arena, crossing to Uganda. We covered all that for you. But finally, it has come to pass for him, and he's now the governor-elect of Nairobi County, one of the biggest county in Kenya. He has got a lot of work to do, having in mind that there is a lot in this particular county. We have got parliament, we have got the UN headquarters here. Those are live pictures, but you just have to excuse the camera work there. Those are the beauty. That's the beauty of live pictures, so that you get the real feeling on what happens on the ground. There's nothing edited, raw and uncut. live from Kasarani, probably. If he'll talk to the media, it will be a good one as well, apart from his victory speech. So as I was saying, sometimes it has to get to that point that, you know, Nairobi being the capital city, capital is the county, the biggest county in Kenya. We have got the UN headquarters, Parliament is here, State House, the international airport, the Senate, name it. A lot is in store for Sakaja, and a lot of expectation.
The ngumi ni bwetse.
Absolutely.
And, interestingly, one of the luckiest persons in this contest, as you see it, is Njoroge Mushiri. He was actually running for governor in Nyandarua County.
Yes.
Did not succeed in the UDA nominations there. On coming back to Nairobi, he's picked by Sakaja as, the deputy governor. So you would imagine failing in one contest and then succeeding in another, in a very strategic city such as Nairobi. And you would say Nairobi is actually the center of power.
Actually, yes, you're right.
That's Sakaja being mocked by his followers. But quite an interesting thing he has said there about, recovering all functions that have been under the Nairobi Metropolitan Services. To, have a firm grip on the county as the next governor of Nairobi County, being in charge of affairs. But it is also important for us to emphasize that that will also be a legal process, the handover from NMS to Nairobi County, because I understand probably the term of the NMS is going to come to an end after this election. But the takeover will not just be abrupt. It will be, again, another process. Just like they were transferred legally, they will be transferred back legally. And that is very important to note, Victor.
True that. And having NMS in, having its operations in the city, it was a bit of some legal battle and opinion coming from different people, whether it was legally constituted to run the affairs of the city. The way you're putting it, it will also be interesting to see, because NMS, if I get it right, their contract and the term of tenure is almost coming to an end.
It is coming. Actually, it came to an end but they have gotten extensions through the very same instruments under which they are operating. But there is no doubt, because there's a new government in Nairobi County, obviously there will be now a handover back to Nairobi County, because they took up about 4 functions, and they will bring them back to Nairobi County. But that also must be a procedural issue, just like it was procedural, as they were being handed over to the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, and that will happen. You remember at some point, I think the High Court has declared NMS an illegal entity, or the transfer of those functions unconstitutional. But then again, it had already happened, and admittedly so, you can see the prints of NMS around town as you walk. You can actually see their presence in terms of what they have been able to deliver. And one can only hope then that the precision with which they implemented some of these things can also happen in the city county. I was talking to the DG, the Director General of NMS, just about a year ago on this set. And he was talking about the amount of money they used to repair broken vehicles at City Hall. They were billed, when they asked the engineers, or rather the mechanics around City Hall, how much it would cost. They were told it was going to cost about 600 million shillings to repair about 24 broken vehicles. When he called in engineers, or so you would say experts from the Kenya Defence Forces, they used 4 million shillings to have those vehicles up. So it tells you that if we can have somebody to continue with that legacy of NMS, in the sense that we reduce on wastage and this back and forth that we see in counties, where people just want to benefit by consuming and eating people's money other than service delivery, it would be very interesting. And I would also want to see then if there is a way, Victor, because Kenya Defence Forces are our disciplined forces, if there is a way also that they can be embedded in some of these jobs, so much so that they help in reducing the cost of maintenance of some of these things. Because when it comes to roads, when it comes to engineers or doctors, the Kenya Defence Forces prides to have the very best among the file and rank.
Of course, they do. And we even saw the other day when President Kenyatta was launching the musical class at the new Defense University. We saw that these soldiers are literally in class. Literally in class. And, you know, if you get into the army or any military as a cadet, then it means that you're getting there as a professional. Either you're a doctor, and you're needed there. You're a driver, you're an engineer, or even journalists like us. You get there, we have your journalists who are in the army, who are doing amazing job. So yeah, you're right. If at all, a pocket of military could be absorbed in, you know, some of these government institutions which need a bit of a boost to operate, then I think it's fine. The same way happening with KEMSA, right? KEMSA. We've heard the story of KEMSA, the history of KEMSA, riddled with corruption and, you know, looting and all manner of that. And Kenyans lost a lot of money, running into billions of shillings through that. And the government had to move in pretty quickly to salvage the image and the situation at KEMSA, because without KEMSA, we'd imagine the kind of scenario we'd have in this country, Curia.
Obviously, again, now that's another conversation, particularly when you talk about KEMSA. One of the biggest problems we've had in this country, and it is replicated in Murang'a and a few other counties, is that if you owe KEMSA any debt as a county, there will be no supply of drugs in that county. So that means then we need to, you know, just have the monopoly of supply needs to be removed from KEMSA, and I've had experts talk about it. Remove the monopoly of supply of drugs to government hospitals and facilities from KEMSA, so that even counties can also be able to procure drugs for themselves, probably from another facility, and the kind of drugs they want. The only other challenge is the loophole for corruption that we are going to be creating there, because if governors then do not make a conscious decision to manage the resources well and on behalf of the people they represent, we will be opening another loophole for governors to be buying drugs from their wives or their relatives. You know? I have pictures from Bomas of Kenya.
It seems that it's
it's one of those situations that we're damned if you do and we're damned if you don't.
Yes.
Considering health is involved, it would make more sense for operations to be running from the county level for each county to just ensure efficiency and effectiveness. Does not need to follow a chain source, which is the particular end of the demand. But then again, it's one of those situations that you just pray that should we go this direction, it would end up being the proper decision. But going back to that aspect of, you know, the role of the military in some of these parastatal and state organizations, entities rather, and I think Nairobi County has proven
Live pictures
from Bomas. It seems like it's now full house, back to business. In the morning when we started the show, it was a bit dull. Perhaps we'd say that they left for a break. And they're now back. We'll get to Bomas and talk to our reporters there, Serafina Robi, to give us an update of what we should be expecting. We've not seen any status update from the Commission so far. The time now is 10:42. We are likely to see another one, maybe before midday, depending on their schedule and the program, based on what is happening there. But so far, so good. It's a full house.
Not bad.
Right?
Not bad.
Yeah.
So, should we head over to the Bomas of Kenya? All right. Let's link up with our team, Bomas, probably for a quick update on what is ongoing and some bit of analysis on the events there. Bomas of Kenya team, over to you.
Well, Good morning, John Jacob Kuria, back there in Broadcasting House. It's a cold morning here at the Bomas of Kenya. Of course, the numbers continue to stream in, and the numbers that we have so far is that more than 240 constituency numbers have been brought here, and the IBC has already verified 145. So that tells you that the process is continuing in earnest, and there is every other determination to ensure that this process is concluded, probably today evening or maybe tomorrow morning latest, and so you can feel that urgency here. The energy levels are telling you that every effort is being made to ensure that this process is concluded, because you can feel the fatigue even of the people inside here, from politicians to IBC officials to political party agents, even the security. I mean, there is that feeling that it is time that now we conclude this process so that people can go and engage on other issues. Security, as always, it has been tied here, and IBC has come up with new requirement that only 4 political party agents would be allowed to go inside. Remember, before it was a free fall. Some political parties were even having up to 28 party agents inside here, and so that created a lot of confusion, because the verification process was taking a little bit of time. I mean, tempers have been flaring and emotions running high inside that hall. When we came in the morning, there were papers strewn all over the place because of the reported fracas that ensued, pitting Azimio la Umoja and Kenya Kwanza party members, but somehow the police managed to prevail, the two parties, and of course they managed to restore order. So as you can see on your screen now, it looks calm and easy, with now verification exercise going on. As I said, it is the desire of IEBC to ensure that this process is concluded before the close of the day today, and if that would be possible, then this process is finalized before tomorrow afternoon. So that's the desire here, that is the feeling here, and so we are keeping an eye to exactly see how that process is proceeding. According to the official results that have been so far given by IEBC, William Ruto is commanding a slight, lead with about 51.25% of all the total votes that have been verified so far, with about 3.6 million votes, followed by Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga with about 48.09% of the total verified votes, with about 3.87 million votes. While Jacoya George is coming at number 3 with about 0.43% of all the total verified votes, with about 30,527 votes. A Ghana party candidate, that is David Wahiga, coming in fourth with 0.23% of total verified votes, or 16,189 votes. And so when you do your maths, you realize that you're talking about almost 7.5 million votes, which is about half of what we're expecting to come here, because the numbers are about 14.5 million votes. So it is still too early for anyone to celebrate that they are carrying the day because these numbers are seesawing. The positions are changing every minute, every hour, as the numbers are verified by IEBC. Well, it's a little bit calm today here this morning. Definitely it's because it's early, it's cold, and so also the security has been tightened at the gates, and the number of people being allowed inside the hall or inside actually the Bomas of Kenya, has really been cut down. And the officials at the gate are only allowing people who really are qualified to be here. And how they are doing this is, you see, there is that card that you are issued for you to access this tallying center. There is a card that you have, a small card, the size of your national ID card, that has a barcode that you're supposed to come and swipe at the gate for you to be allowed in. So what they are doing is that because the security apparatus here has access to the system, so you just profile everyone who has been issued with that card, and if you do not have any reason for you to be here, so they are deactivating your card. So even if you have to swipe it, the gates are not opening. And so when you go outside there, there are so many people there who are stuck there because they cannot access the Bomas of Kenya. Their cards have been deactivated. And so those are some of the measures that IEBC has put in place to ensure that there is order, and the delays in the verification process is dealt with to see how fast the numbers can be made to roll. So we are here on the set with Dr. Churchill Saoke, public policy analyst from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. He's now joining me so that we can try to put these things, very many things here to the right perspective. So thank you very much, Saoke.
Thank you, Brian,
for finding this time to be here with us. So how do you see this process coming along so far?
Thanks, Brian, for having me. I think first let's take this time just to thank the media, even KBC. I mean, you guys have been, you've sacrificed a lot of the time. Some of you spent the night here for the past 6 or so days. It's not actually over six days, because even before the elections you are here. So it's an even feat. It shows how much service you are giving to the nation, and I just want the people of Kenya to see that there are people who are working behind the screens to make this process be relayed well to the people. Onto your question, so far things are now getting well. People can now begin to see some direction from the independent boundaries, the commission, in terms of where the results are going. I mean, it's the results that people wanted to see, and it was what was bringing a lot of anticipation, and people were eager to see who are winning. And now we are now seeing that there are now candidates that are being declared winners at the county assembly wards, at the constituency, and at the county, and also, of course, we are now waiting for the presidential as well. So this is quite important. This is quite important, and we are hoping that as time goes by, we are going to get even the results for the national. So I think for me, this is quite progressive. The chairman has been the chairman of the commission has tried to seek ways of expediting the process, including trying to add additional tables for verification, and also tightening the security around the tallying center, as you've alluded to, which is very significant. At this stage, this is a key structure. It's a key infrastructure that that calls for high-level security apparatus, both the Bomas itself in surrounding and even at the tallying center. And I think that is one of the things that the Commission has done because of the high-level interest. You know, we are now having most of the politicians who have already won at their various positions at the levels of maybe the county assemblies or the senatorial or the gubernatorial or the member of parliament. They are now coming, they want to come to the National Tallying Center to come and defend their respective candidates. And you know how much the level of confusion that can come with. So the tightening of the securities is very important to ensure that the work of the Commission is not tampered with in any way. So I think that is something that we also must admit. The other thing is now the kind of coherence in the communication and the relaying of the results that is now coming is sort of now trying to help in diffusing the various non-authentic sources of data or results that were initially seen when this process began. And we are now having more realigned and more streamlined results transmission, which is something that is very good for one, managing the expectations of the people, and two, for ensuring that there is peace and stability once the results are relayed. And we are calling upon even the Kenyan populace to ensure that in as much as they are receiving these results, and even at various levels, especially the levels where they have already been declared, as they are receiving these results, they need to also manage their level of celebrations, because they also need to take care of the emotions of those who are losing. Yes.
Look, I mean, the country is now somehow, back to work. If you just drove around town, you could see now shops are being opened, the traffic is increasing, both vehicular and human, and so there is slowly the country is getting back to normal, and this is likely to be sustained going forward. So when people are calling you from the villages and asking you how is the situation is here in Nairobi, what are you telling them?
I tell them to go to work. In fact, you have maybe I'm the one who is making people to go to work. It's good. I mean, it's good that people are beginning to see that the elections, we had already done our part, and we let's wait for the respective agencies to do their part and do it accordingly. And I mean, that's pretty progressive. And I think this is one of the things that we have been trying to advance in our conversations right from the onset, that people need to manage their expectations before the elections and after the elections, so that they realize that, whoever wins the election, after the election there is life. And that life needs to be led by you, the individual, irrespective. And if people are already beginning to see that, the results may be a delaying, and the delaying of the results will not stop our families from eating. We still need to go out there and look for food for our children and our families. It's something that is very good. And I think it reminds me of what His Excellency the President alluded to when he was meeting the observer missions yesterday, when he said that, the country is not in fear. Then, it's not an atmosphere of fear, but that of expectation. So it means that, the people are not really fearful, but they're just looking forward to seeing the results, which I think is quite positive. And it's our hope that, even when the results are already relayed and finally announced, people will go back to work. And, we who are, for example, in various sectors, like even for education, there are various sectors that have been affected by other calamities, like you look at COVID-19 and things like that even interfered with the calendars of schools and many other things. And we do not want elections as well to come and interfere with the calendars of that, so some of those key sectors of our economy. Yeah.
I mean, look, today is the 14th of August. And just like it has become our culture in the last 10 years, every 14th of August, every 14th of every month, fuel prices are tampered with. They are either adjusted upward or reviewed downward. And that is always the conversation of the day. But somehow today it seems like we have forgotten all these because our minds are completely fixed on what's happening here at Bomas of Kenya. So how do you think, or where do you think fuel prices are likely to go today?
I think that from right now, the government is likely to be very careful about anything that is likely to affect its public perception and also bring in certain stress on the pockets of the people. And it's just my thinking. Of course, the decision lies with the policymakers. But it will be my advice, for example, that anything that will have impact on something that will have impact on the pockets of the ordinary Kenyans should really be restrained, so that the people have good perception of the country. I know there was a conversation yesterday about certain stores that were trying to hoard some of the key commodities, and those kind of things are not good at such a time as this, because in environments of electoral periods, you find that people usually are very careful about spending, and when they are careful about spending, it affects the economy at micro level and the macro level. So I would be careful to advise government to effect anything that will increase fuel prices or affect the prices of any key commodities. And that's what I personally expect. There was some circulations in the media about the prices of the subsidies on unga, which were not substantiated.
Yeah.
And I think those kind of claims are not good at such a time as this, because they can trigger panic buying. And when you trigger panic buying among people, it is very dangerous. Yeah.
Look, Treasury is on record saying that the fuel subsidy model is completely not sustainable at a time when our revenues are completely suppressed. And this is costing the country about 17 billion shillings every month, and it's absolutely unsustainable. They were saying they're likely to scrap this going forward. Do you see this being scrapped from today, or?
When you look at the issues around subsidy is one of the tools that government uses to achieve certain economic stimulus or achieve specific economic policy. And they trigger it at any given time to influence certain microeconomic decisions of people. But then the question is, at what point? The issue is, what times do you trigger it? That's what is important. In as much as it may be unsustainable, yes, it may be unsustainable, but the timing when you want to withdraw some of those subsidies has got far-reaching implications on the perception of people in the government and the perception of the people in the leaders. And you, for example, will find if, for example, those subsidies are removed today, I'm sure the people who are within opposition or those who are not supporting government may try to bring a narrative that, these subsidies were only brought for you for the election period, but because the election is over, you're no longer needed with it. So there is need to treat with a lot of care as to what times these subsidies should be withdrawn for the purposes of maintaining the buying capacity of people, and even two, the perception of government at any given time. Yes.
Well, and I'm just seeing a tweet from Polycarp Igade, one of the contestants for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, which has actually been taken or won by Johnson Sakaja of UDA, and this is what he's saying. I accept the decision of the people of Nairobi and thank all our supporters. The governor of Nairobi is His Excellency Johnson Sakaja. Congratulations. God bless Kenya. That is a statement that is on Polycarp Igade's Twitter page, where he says, I accept the decision of the people of Nairobi and thank all our supporters. The governor of Nairobi is His Excellency Johnson Sakaja. Congratulations. God bless Kenya. I mean, this is one thing that we must accept this time around, that a lot of people are accepting their losses, in very honorably, to a point whereby, somebody like Polycarp Igade, I mean, can just go to a social media site like Twitter page and say the governor of Nairobi is His Excellency Johnson Sakaja. Congratulations. That is a sign of the path of maturity that we are taking as a nation.
And O'Brien, that speaks deep to the aspirations of the Kenyan people. Mm-hmm. That if processes are free and fair, then there is no problem that arises when somebody wins, however fierce the contest is. And this is the level where we should reach, where we reach points where we are transparent in our processes to an extent that we are able to even accept results with that level of maturity. Because you see, actually, I like how even Igade has crafted that, his speech. It is actually sort of giving a political support to the person who has won. And that is quite mature, as you have said. And I'm sure it's even also going to give him a very good standing or very good working relationship with the governor who has been elected. And this is the kind of political maturity that we need in this country, even moving forward. But this level of maturity can only be achieved if we have systems that declare winners with transparency, with high level integrity and high level of ethical values. And for me, I look at the aspirations of the people of Kenya in terms of that speaks deep to their desire of wanting those higher moral standards in our political processes for the purposes of cleaning the political architecture and the political process and the process of legitimizing governments. And this, for me, is the way to go in terms of advancing and progressing our democratic gains as a country. Yes.
And the fact that, we are not having so much of disagreement, with the results, as opposed to what we saw in 2013, in 2017. A lot of people are saying, yes, the people have spoken, and the most honorable thing that I can do is to accept their verdict, and I congratulate my opponent. And so this is also what, as a country, we should expect even to happen, at the national level.
Exactly. And when it begins at the national level, it is the leadership that then trickles down into people, even until to the individual level. To an extent that we appreciate that in every competition that is held freely, there has to be a winner, and that winner must be accepted, and not just accepted, he must be accepted and supported, even by the opponent. The opponent accepts that you have won against me, and I provide you with the necessary support that you need to execute your duties. One of the things of statesmanships that is usually exhibited, especially when you look at the Americans whenever they are doing concession speeches, you will always hear a script that they say that, O'Brien won, yes, against me. All of us had the best interest of our country at heart. It's not that I had a better interest, but the people saw the best in you. But because of that, we are going to jointly work together for the best interest of our nation. Speaks deep, and that if it begins from the top, it trickles down to people, and continually you are inculcating a culture of patriotism and a culture of accepting competition and defeat amongst people in a free and fair process, to an extent that it becomes a culture and part of our democratic ideals, and continually and sooner or later it becomes inculcated in us, and people begin to have faith in our processes to an extent that we will no longer reach points where we are wasting a lot of our time having to follow up on the institutions that deal with electoral. We do our work and to vote, and then leave the rest to them, because we have faith in them that our votes will count and the will of the people will prevail.
Do you see many petitions being addressed to the court because of lost unfairly? Are we likely to see these as it was the case in 2017?
A nice one. We expect that. We expect that there will be petitions in courts, and of course there were certain political formations that are already alluded to possibilities of, and even certain political figures that already alluded to possibilities of having petitions in court. That is expected, and it is good, because the courts are the last resort to wanting to get yourself to power, which is not very good for the nation. So for me, I think the courts should also now prepare themselves, because after the declaration of the results by the Independent Boundaries Commission, Electoral and Boundaries Commission, the next thing, and once that is done and the swearing-ins are done for the various respective positions across the country, the next eye is going to be on the judiciary, and in terms of them providing fairness and an ear to those who feel that the process wasn't fair for them. So they should be preparing themselves as is now, because at the same time, we also don't want to take the country through too much of electoral periods. Elections are just meant to legitimize government, and the role of government is to provide necessary security for the country in terms of food security, poverty alleviation, health security and physical security for the country. And these are the things that are lay ahead for the leaders who are there. So we need to fast track all these things so that we have these leaders begin to do the things that they promised Kenyans, and we don't focus too much on the electoral period. Yeah.
And what does this say? I mean, when you're having so many people conceding defeats and moving on to congratulate their opponent and saying, let's work together, let's move forward, God bless Kenya. What does this say about the whole electoral process?
It shows that they had belief in it, and to them, because you see, by the time a politician, of course, apart from those who are going to contest the results in court, there are some people who have actually looked at the results and seen that, from whichever means, I will not have won this election. It was free, fair, and the results reflect the will of the people. The best honorable thing to do is to accept the results and honor the results and appreciate and congratulate the winner, and find a working framework or a working mechanism of having some of the things I wanted to achieve to be achieved through the person who has won, and even bring together the supporters and unite the supporters of those who have won and those who have lost together for the benefit of that electoral benefit of the country and the benefit of that electoral regime or that electoral area. So I think that it speaks that the electoral process was free and fair for those who have accepted the elections and even congratulated their opponents. Yes.
I mean, it's been a tough race from the word go, and this has somehow divided us, or divided the citizenry, right down in the middle. So how then do you mobilize the supporters of the candidates who lost to back the winner and to move together and remind them 2027 is about 5 years away from now?
And now that is where it takes the maturity of the politicians who have lost the elections, to appreciate that in every electoral contest they have to be a winner, and use your political skill and leadership skills to convince your supporters that to manage their expectations and tell them that, you know what, we went into this contest and we lost. You know, I was in one of the groups and, you know, they will tell you that, you know, for example, that, you know, we lost or we came second, maybe the person came distance fifth. But for purposes of managing the supporters, you know, they'll say we came second and maybe we are going to be given a position of CEC in the government as part of managing the expectations of the public, because the public needed to be managed, and it is the role of the politicians to manage the public. And I think that it's significant that, you know, one of even the trainings that even some of these politicians, especially those who have not been taken through, to be taken through in matters of public management. How do you manage people? Because at the end of it all, expectations of people will always be high, but it needs to be managed at any given point, be it when you have lost, be it when you have won. Because even those who have won, they also need to be managed, you know. You know, for example, you will find there are politicians who promise their supporters heaven on earth. And some of that heaven, once you have already been elected, you realize that what you promised was heaven, but what is available, you are on earth and you cannot be able to provide it. How are you going to relay this to your supporters? You must find mechanisms of managing their expectations and managing them so that it does not even have negative effects on you. So for me, it's about the politicians using their leadership skills and acumen to manage the populace and to tell the populace that this is done, let's move forward. All your interests are going to be safeguarded, and I'm going to ensure that whatever you guys, the aspirations that you guys were having, we are going to help achieve them through the leader who has been elected. And that's why, and I always say that leadership is a skill that you need to look at it in terms of, it's never about O'Brien has won and we cannot see eye to eye. No. It's about you have won, how can we be able to work together to achieve the interest of your supporters and my supporters. In the long run, you end up uniting the two people, because the moment those who have lost feel that they are excluded from leadership or from any governance, then is when that divide comes in and it creates emotions and division. But the moment they feel that somebody has won, but their interests are covered for, then that inclusivity gives them a feeling that we are part and parcel of this government, and therefore it unites the people. Yes.
And do you see these being perpetuated across the board? Because, I mean, let's face it, as a country, we've been, the politics of this season, I mean, have really managed to, divide people, of course, on political principles. But now, after this election, we just need to come together as a country and say, hey, it was tough. We were running the race and we lost or we won. And so we need to move together. What kind of a platform do we need to create to ensure that number one happens and it is deepened?
One, we need to first, at the political overarching level, there is need for specific neutral persons. They could be agencies of individuals who need to come on board. Because you see, there are politicians who have learned the skills of uniting with conceding and uniting with those who have won, and using it for either their personal interests or using it for the interest of their supporters, and using that to unite the people. Now, that exists and that can work. But there are also other avenues of working with other stakeholders who are neutral, like, the religious leaders, who can unite some of these political leaders to create certain concessions that, one person has won, but how do we create a working framework for the benefit of the country? And it takes the leadership of some of these non-partisan religious leaders. Some of them could be religious leaders, some of them could be drawn from the diplomatic corps or the civil society organizations, just to reach out to the opponents and you know, to the opponents, the losers and the winners, and create a working relationship between these two so that they can agree on, you know, how do we move Kenya forward and how do we create aspects of inclusivity in the country for the benefit of the unity of the country. And I think that these are also things that need to be done, because in the ultimate end, the question of uniting people is about inclusivity and people feeling that it is not them against us, it is all of us. And that is the message that need to be driven. That is the message that need to be championed by these non-partisan agencies that unite people. It will also take the role and the leadership of those who have won, not to sit back and wait to be reached to. It will take them the sacrifice of forgetting to listen to their supporters, especially the inner circles, and reaching out to those who have lost, that, you know what, this was a contest, we have won, but we are going to lead everybody, those who supported us and those who never supported us, because at the end of it all, Kenya is for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And how do we get to a point whereby, you know, as a country and as a citizenry and as, you know, politicians, we can agree that we see things differently, we can come up with different policies and different principles, we can contest, we can compete, but we are still one. We still would want the very best for this country. We still want to hand over this country to the next generation in a much more better shape than we found it. So how do we start building such conversations, and how do we deepen that engagement?
I want to give you an example of Israel or Germany or Japan. What happens is that people in any given society would feel part and parcel of that society depending on how that society identify with him or her. And when you look at some of these advanced countries that I have mentioned, the institutions of government and all institutions, government and non-government, look at every citizen not in terms of where they come from or whatever language they speak or whatever religion they believe in, but they look at them in terms of what they can be able to contribute to in the progress of the nation. To an extent that the systems of government and the institutions look at every individual from the lenses of your capacity, from the lenses of your skills, from the lenses of your ability, rather than identifying you with where you come from, what language you speak, the color you are, or what you believe in terms of your religion. And this is one of the ways in which you can be able to deepen integration in a country. One of the things that we as a nation must really think critically about, and you know, one of the things that has given many ethnic leaders across the country mileage in this country is because that they feel identified by their ethnicities, and their ethnicities go fast beyond any other thing. And they feel so because they think in their minds that is how institutions will look at them. That the institution will look at your name before they look at what you can be able to provide. And so they think that in terms of survival, in terms of security at a personal level, your survival depends on that identity. And who is going to help you safeguard that identity at the national level? You then realize that the person who can help you safeguard that identity at the national level is the person who represents your ethnic community. And that's the disaster that has happened. If we will reach points where as a nation we re-identify ourselves with what what strength individuals have, and we look at O'Brien in terms of the capacity that he can, or the abilities that he can help to advance this nation forward rather than where he comes from, then you know what? People will never care who becomes the president of the country. People will never care who becomes the member of the National Assembly. People will never care who becomes even the governor, because they know whoever becomes there, they are well set and they are sorted, because nobody will look at them negatively. They will be looked at in terms of their strengths. So for me, that is how I look at it. We need to reshape our lenses with the way we look at people.
Yes. I mean, this whole process has been left for the, since the casting of the votes happened on Tuesday. I mean, we haven't heard strongly from the business leaders, urging the citizenry that, yes, you did your part, go back to work, engage in what you do to earn a living, allow the IBC to continue with the exercise, and once they are done, we shall be notified on who managed to carry the day. This voice is not as strong as it ought to be.
Yes, and I agree with you, and this is one of the things that should be a wake-up call now, because, they needed to come out strong and, on the public, do the perception creation of trying to influence people to go back to work and have normalcy come back. And two, they also need to work on the back end of trying to work with the leaders, especially those who have been in the fierce contest, to try and bring them together, so that once results, or the results that are already laid, they unite these leaders into some working framework moving forward for the benefit of the country. Because in the ultimate end, the security of the nation will affect the business, and and those are the kind of things that we do not. In the ultimate end, we are saying that the business needs to go on, and all stakeholders, and even as we had said, it's not even just the business community alone, even the civil society organizations, those who hold the key in terms of the voices of the citizenry from an ungovernmental perspective, also need to have their voices up in their game, in addition to the religious leaders and even other societies, like the young people and the students and all these people. We need to raise our voices now in terms of just speaking to, we need to get back the country to work and have normalcy get back, and that voice needs to come out, and I agree with you. Yes.
Because now various leaders have now started to take their positions. MCAs are now supposed to go to work when they are sworn in. Parliament is also expected to do the same. Governors, senators. Even when we shall finally have the president-elect, what assignments should we embark on?
Right now, the political leaders, they needed to, it's now time to reflect on what they want to deliver to the citizens. And the high time they realize that they're already in positions and people are already seeing them as leaders, the better. One of my professors once said that it's one thing to promise the electorate that you will build them a school. It's another thing to build them that school when you get elected. And he said that you might promise, but you may not necessarily. You need not necessarily deliver it. It looked funny and immoral, but he was speaking deep to the fact that sometimes politicians give, and I had mentioned it, they promise things to influence the voters with the hope that they will achieve it. And especially those who are going first timers, they promise with the hope that they will achieve it. Then once they get the positions, they realize that the shoes, when you are outside, you do not know where the shoes where the shoes hurt most. And now is the time that now the reality has to grip in for some of these political leaders just to look at their manifestos and begin to ask themselves, well, this is what we promised the people. How are we going to achieve it? What strategies are we going to undertake? How are we going to work with institutions of government and other development partners to ensure that we achieve some of these promises that we gave to the people of Kenya? So for me, I think this is the time for them to reflect and ask themselves the key tough questions about delivery. And you know what? One of the biggest challenges that I hope one day we will get to as a nation is questions around scorecards. Politicians have always ran away with the accountability, especially around their scorecards. Whatever they promise, they do not necessarily want to achieve them because they do not know. Nobody will hold them accountable in terms of just looking at, evaluating their scorecard at the end of their term. So at the individual level, the leaders need to reflect on what they promised, the strategies they're going to use, the human resource they're going to deploy to achieve those strategies, and how they are going to work with the respective agencies and institutions to achieve their visions and manifestos as they promised the people of Kenya. Yes.
And there is something that you are alluding to. I mean, how even the winners are supposed to behave once they are declared. Because let's face it, I mean, the public, is very nervous of this system. There's anxiety. So everyone is looking forward to the conclusion of this process so that we can now go back to our lives. We can start now engaging in more meaningful issues of economic development, of social advancement, and so forth. And so how should winners react to their win? Not to inflame more tensions, not to hurt people who would be considered to have lost, or people who view themselves as they have lost, not to inflame them or hurt them more.
One, the first thing that the winner should do is to reach out to the opponents and just talk to them and tell them that we have won this election and we are going to work together. And I seek your support in this endeavor. And once they have sought that support, the opponents will then be able to manage their respective supporters. Two, the other thing would be then to once you have already reached out to the opponents, is to ensure that you yourself, you manage your supporters. You manage your supporters in terms of the words they speak, how they handle their celebrations, how the kind of what they talk and the perceptions they create on the losers. Because this has got impact on those who have lost. Because you see, O'Brien, election is not any mean feat. You will talk to some of the people who have lost elections, and it has got some of them are going through a lot of emotional problems. And when someone who is going through an emotional is hurt, when you're defeated in an election, you feel rejected. And when you feel rejected, and people you hear outside there, people are still talking bad against you, and people are celebrating. It's like they're pushing this failure on your face. It makes you feel like a worthless person on earth, and it's not the best feeling ever. So the managing of the supporters of those who have won also is very significant in being sensitive to those who have lost. And I think this is one of the things, however difficult it is. I know it is something that is difficult to manage, but it's one of the things that maybe at some point in our maturity we can be able to achieve that. Yes, we will celebrate, but we do it in moderation, in sensitivity to those who have lost. And that will also help in terms of calming down the temperatures, in terms of even stabilizing the period after the after the results have been relayed, and also being sensitive just to the fact that even those who have lost are also human beings. You know, I saw in one of the tweets in social media one person saying that that the politician should be given. Of course, it was the register of political parties who had indicated that the politicians who have lost, there would be a psychosocial support provided for them. And one of the Kenyans replied that, you know what, the psychosocial support should be provided for us, not the politicians. And, you know, I said that, you know what, that was a person who was looking at himself and forgetting about the impact of a loss on a politician. The politician is not just feeling rejected, he has also lost resources. This person is going to lose friends. He is going to lose, you know, he's a person who was receiving phone calls, like phone calls were coming in, he's even rejecting others. Then all of a sudden, once you have failed, the phone goes silent, like you are in your own world and your phone is blocked. I am telling you, it's not something that is easy. And when you look at your pocket, there is nothing. You have sold things, your family maybe is, you know, feeling they are empty, and, you know, it is not a good feeling. So we really need to be in moderation, even our celebrations as well.
I mean, Churchill, I do not know whether you have any, you know, political ambitions in the future. But if there is one lesson that you have picked, if you were to be a politician, what would this be in this election?
I think one of the things that I would look at is that you must be very careful whenever you are going to in an election, especially when you are engaging people on matters of your resources at a personal level, because the people in Kenya can be very we used to see this in the grassroots level, where the moment people see you as Mheshimiwa, the first thing they would look at you at is that you have eaten money from somewhere, we want it. And I think that the approach towards the politics is one thing that I would really learn. That you might come with your money, but at some point we will eat that money, but it's not necessarily what will make us to vote you in. And we have seen a number of people who have invested heavily in their resources in various positions across the country. And, you know, they were dishing out a lot of money, but then in the long run, they actually voted in people who never had money, or even, and when you look at, for example, the lady from Bomet, you know, a young lady who did not have any resources. She went through the nominations without a lot of money. Actually, she was not having money. Even the governor for Kericho, people were collecting money for him. And, you know, it tells you how much when people believe in your vision, they can support that vision to an extent that they provide resources to it. And I think that we are getting there, and it's one lesson that I have learned, that you can make people believe in your vision and have them even contribute even to that vision in terms of resources and their time and even their skills, until even to you do not use so much of your personal resources. And I think the key thing is here, in terms of all this I'm saying, is that you need to weigh your personal and individual risks. And in weighing your individual personal risks, ensure that you go into the elections with the minimum risks as possible. Yes.
And I like the fact that you know, you have highlighted the win of Lynette Toto, the woman rep elect for Bomet County. Look, this is just a young lady, you know, at the age of 24. She doesn't come from a privileged background. Her mother is actually a trader in one of the markets in Bomet County. She cannot be classified as a wealthy Kenyan. She doesn't even have what you'd call the political experience that is needed to run a political machine that can help you capture a position like the woman rep in a county. Yet She just came out of nowhere. She wasn't known. She was never in the public limelight. But she ran the race with very small budget, and she managed to clinch this position. I mean, what lesson at the age of 24? I mean, she's the youngest so far. What lessons do we ought to learn from this kind of a race?
Thank you for asking that question, O'Brien. And I tell you that one of the things that I have learned apart from that, and I also have experienced it in my own life at some point when I was in political, I was in student leadership in university, was that leadership is about winning the hearts of people and having people believe and see yourself inside out, that you have their best interest at heart and you're capable of leading them towards where they aspire. The moment people see that in you, they will elect you irrespective of who you are or whatever you have. And I think that this is one of the things that you find most of the people who have not used resources have done. You have given yourself to the people and you have understood that the tenets of leadership is about service. And when people see that you serve, they embrace you. And when they embrace you and accept you, they can be able to accept you as their leader. Sometimes you find, and this has happened apart from even Toto and even some other politicians who have been able to go and authenticate and legitimize themselves within communities because of the service that they provide to those communities. And they provide to those communities the services that do not necessarily need so much resources. Some of the services they provide them just because of the skills they have, the networks they have, and people see the impact that they have in those communities and identify them on the basis of that impact. To an extent that when you vie, actually they create what is called a push for you to get into political leadership because of your capacity. And when it reaches that point when you have impacted the community and they pushes you towards positions, you will not use too much resources. And the people who will come with their resources, there are those who go to vie because they have the resources and they come from the city, they go down there, and the first time you are seeing them is when an election happens. And the way in which they make themselves popular is running around the constituency or running around the assembly ward, dishing out 1,000 shillings so that they are known. Now, when you come in that way, you will not be able to remove or remove the kind of engravement that has been in culture or inculcated by that person who had impacted the society or the community. And that is one of the approaches that maybe Lynette and many other politicians that have not used resources have the strategies that they have used to win elections without a lot of money. Yes.
And of course, another lesson that we are learning from Lynette Soto's win in Bomet,
yes,
whereby she won that seat by a landslide, more than 240,000 votes. She's a fresh graduate. She just came from school the other day. She has actually never even secured a job. So this is going to be her first job. And she has taken it.
She's going to be a very expensive graduate,
Very, 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 very much. And I think one of the lessons that we need to pick up, as Kenyans, as politicians, that you really don't have to be a billionaire, to be a millionaire, to run a political machinery. It's just a question of the policies and the manifesto that you manage to create, that you manage to craft, how you manage to endear yourself to the public, the ideals that you espouse, or that you expound, and how then do we learn from Toto's win and say these are the ideals that Lynette ran with, and they can be applied across the board? Because one of the reasons why we attach so much value to winning an electoral position is because it's a very costly affair.
Yes.
Some people, they sell their land.
Yes.
Some people, they borrow from banks.
Yes.
Other people, they raided their bank accounts, and so they are left completely poor.
Yes.
And so it's a question of I must get it at whatever cost.
Yes. You know, the thing is that, and it's good that you have highlighted that, you know, the moment somebody endears herself or himself in that manner, you find that there is what happens is that even these people, you know, those who have been elected even end up feeling much more obliged to deliver to the people, and they feel much more obliged to ensure that they provide services to the people who have elected them, and because this is where their loyalty is. The thing that should be done now, to what you have asked, is that we need to reevaluate the way in which we as leaders, and you know, the way in which we as leaders, and the way in which even people see leadership, how we perceive leadership. We need to reach points where we look at leadership as service to people. Mm-hmm. And the moment we look at leadership as service to people, and that our bosses, our seniors, the people who we owe allegiance are the people whom we serve, then when we reach that point, we will then realize that the only way for us to win their influence is by serving them. Before we are elected, whether we are interested in an election, after we are elected, and when we embed these cultures of service amongst people at all cadres, and realize that positions are about service to the people and not service to ourselves, that when you get into public service, you are getting into something that is bigger than yourself. You want to serve people beyond self. Then that level of sacrifice then will speak deep into the hearts of men, and then it will reach points where people will no longer begin to see value in wanting to get into political positions for parochial gains, or for purposes of just achieving their own selfish gains, or things like that, but for purposes of service. If you want, for example, to go and serve yourself, maybe get yourself into business or something of that sort. But if you want to serve the people, then it's when you go into public service. But you see what? We have not reached that point, and that's why you see many people who even the electorate, very few electorate, unless the electorate, like for example, the Toto's voters were able to see him like that because she endeared herself to them in that way. Many electorates will see politicians not with the service perspective, not with the public service perspective, but with the self-service perspective. And that's why it becomes extremely expensive. It's like we are giving you a job for yourself. We are not giving you a job for us. You get? Yeah. Toto may have endeared herself that, you know what, you are giving me a job for us. And so people embraced that and contributed into that. And she will feel obliged, because these are the people who have made her. Now, if you have come and you have brought yourself into positions, then somebody comes and tells you something, then you ask him, or you have gotten yourself into a position because of a political party, you paid maybe a political party leader some money, and he gave you gave you a nomination, then where will the allegiance be? The allegiance will not be on the people. So this is one of the things that we must interrogate in terms of our leadership paradigms and cultures in this country. Yes.
Then when you look at our politics, I mean, how did we end up placing so much stakes in our politics that it's either a win or a win?
Mm-hmm. The reason is because, and you mentioned very well, that
But just before even you respond to that question, let's first of all listen to the women African leaders meeting, and let's first of all listen to what they are saying. The women African leaders who are now speaking. Let's go there.
wafanye kazi yao. Ule atatangazwa mshindi, atangazwe, inchi lazima move on. Kwa sababu kukiwa na shida yote, shida itaanza hapa Karen, shida itaanza Mathare, Kondele, Changamwe, Dandora, Kayole. Ndio maana sisi tumesema hatutanyamaza. Wacha tujitokeze tuwaambie kwamba enough is enough. Waache IEBC fanye kazi yao, sisi tufuatilie kwa sababu tumewapatia hiyo mandate. Ndio maana sisi hatutanyamaza tena na tutazidi kuzungumza until ile wakati itatangazwa, na tunaomba ya kwamba ule atashinda aweze kumembrace mwenzake na ule atashindwa aweze kukubali, na kama hata ridhishwa na hayo matokeo aende kotini. Hayo ndio maana tuko hapa siku ya leo. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Happy Alal, convener of the Social Justice Centers. And although it would be it would make more sense to have Khalid speak in Kiswahili also, because his Kiswahili is much phenomenal. I'm going to ask him to speak in English. Let me actually ask him to.
Okay.
Let me ask him to speak in English. So, Haki Africa has been monitoring these elections for violence, and as a human rights organization, I'm sure he has a perspective on the question that's just been asked. Why have we come together at this time to issue this statement?
Asante Irungu. Watu wa Mombasa tunzoea Kiswahili, lakini nimeambiwa nizungumze na Kizungu, kwa hivyo nitajaribu mdomo changu cha English. It's important for us as key stakeholders, particularly the professional associations, to come together at this point in time. We had this discussion since Friday, and we felt that the situation our country finds itself in calls for the voice of reason to speak up and be heard. And we felt as professional groups, as human rights activists, as institutions that are mandated by law, to address key issues in this country, this is the time that we need to come forward and be that voice of reason. That is why we decided to come out today. We know that the country presently is facing a lot of tension. There's a lot of anxiety, but we want to thank members of the public for remaining in their homes.
Well, those are members of the election observers from different groups who are meeting at the Hangar's Nest, not far away from the Bomas of Kenya, and so they're just giving a brief on the observation of this election and the areas of improvement in the areas that as a country we have made progress. We're still keeping an eye on that event that I was talking about. The women African leaders will be speaking later on here at the Bomas of Kenya. That is the event that I was talking about. But what is on your screen now is a meeting of election observers, from different organizations giving their report in regard to the ongoing tallying process and verification as well, and what they observed during their tour of duty in many polling stations. Yeah, so as you know, we are still here at the Bomas of Kenya. The pictures that you are seeing, the inside the National Tallying Center, where the voter verification or the verification of forms 34A and 34B is currently underway. We're still waiting for more numbers from IEBC. So far, 141 constituencies have reported or have their numbers verified by IEBC, and so far this is out of the 291 including the diaspora, and so that tells you that we still have about how many more constituencies to go. That's about 150. So far we haven't had any briefing from IEBC, and so you'd expect that the next briefing you'd expect them to come with many constituencies So far, as things stand now, according to the official figures given by IEBC, a total of 7.043 million votes have so far been verified, and a total of, out of those, William Ruto is leading with 3.61 million votes, which is about 51.25% of the total verified votes. Raila Odinga of Azimio la Umoja is next with 48.09% of the total verified votes, which equates to 3.39 million votes. George Wajakoya is number 3, or